Assalamu alaikum and very good morning. So welcome to one-day state level seminar on enhancing and sustaining quality in higher education institutions through new accreditation framework of Naac. So before we get into the seminar, let us know something about higher education as well as the quality of higher education in India. So Naac is not a problem, it is a solution to the problems faced by higher education, especially in India. So India's higher education system is the world's third largest in terms of students, next to China and the United States. So this seminar is about the problem of India's, the second largest country next to China and United States. India's higher education sector has witnessed a tremendous increase in the number of universities as well as university level institutions and colleges since independence. So the post-independence, India has seen a tremendous increase in the number, not the quality, in the number of universities and colleges and institutions related to higher education. In the prestigious QS World University Ranking 2020, only 3 Indian universities like IIT Bombay, IIT Delhi and IISc Bangalore have been included in the top 200 institutions. So in the world top 200 institutions, only 3 Indian institutions are ranked. So it shows the lack of quality in our higher education. Now, the issues and challenges in India's higher education sector. Why we are lacking so behind? There should be some reason. The first one is enrollment. The gross enrollment ratio, the GER, of India in higher education is only 25.2%. So only 25% of the students they go ahead for the higher education, which is quite low as compared to the developed and other major developing countries. It is much lower than other countries. Number two, equity. There is no equity in GR among different sections of society. So GR male is 26.3%, and while it is for female is 25.4%. And coming to the community, SC it is 21.8%, and for ST it is only 15.9%. So we are divided in education as well. There are regional variations as well. While some states have high GER, some are far behind the national figures. The college density, there is a number of colleges per lakh eligible population, varies from 7 in Bihar to 59 in Telangana, as compared to all India average of 28. So for every 1 lakh population, in Bihar it is only 7 colleges or universities, whereas in Telangana it is 59, average of 28. Most of premier universities and colleges are centered in a metropolitan and urban cities, thereby leading to a regional disparity in access to higher education. So the top colleges, universities are set up only in urban as well as in cities, metropolitan cities. So the rural areas and the people in the rural area, they are lacking behind. And next one is about the quality. Higher education in India is plagued with rote learning, that is just like mucking up, lack of employability skill, and skill development due to the low quality of education. So students are trained to just memorize and write in the exam, so they lack employability skill and other skills related for the job. Next, coming to the infrastructure. Poor infrastructure is another challenge to higher education in India. Due to the budget deficit, corruption, and lobbying by the vested interest group like education mafias, public sector universities in India lack the necessary infrastructure. Even the private sector is not up to the mark as per the global standard. Now coming to as the faculty shortages and the inability of the state educational system to attract and retain well qualified teachers have been posing challenges to quality education for many years. Shortage of faculty leads to ad hoc expansion, that is a temporary fixer, even in the premier institutions. So we can find so many guest lecturers, they are just like ad hoc expansion. That is also another reason. The the student to teacher ratio, though has been stable in the country, that is 30:1. However, it needs to be improved to make it comparable to USA, where it is only 12.5 or 12 student for one teacher. When it is China, it is 19 for one, and when it is Brazil, again it is 19 for one teacher. So 19 students are dealt with by one teacher, whereas in India it is 30 students average. Next, outdated curriculum. Outdated, irrelevant curriculum that is dominantly theoretical in nature and has a low scope for creativity. So we teach the syllabus which are printed, which are written before 10 or 150 years back. There is a wide gap between industry requirements and universities curriculum. That is the main reason for the low employability of graduates in India. So teaching the past for the future student is another important gap. Accreditation. As per the data provided by the Naac, as of June 2010, not even 25% of the total higher education institutions in the country were accredited. So as per 2010, only 25% institutions are accredited. And among those accredited, only 30% of the universities and 45% of the colleges were found to be of quality to be ranked at A level. So only 30% of the universities of the 25%, and again 45% of the colleges of that 25%, they alone qualify to be A graded. Next one is regulatory issues. Management of the Indian education faces challenges of over-centralization, bureaucratic structure and lack of accountability, transparency and professionalism. As a result of the increase in a number of affiliated colleges and students, the burden of administrative functions of universities has significantly increased, and the core focus on academics and research is diluted. So due to the increase in the number, quantity, there is lack of focus on the quality. And next important point is the research. Poor fund allocation in research, low levels of PhD enrollment, fewer opportunities for interdisciplinary and multidisciplinary research, low levels of industry engagement, low quality of research work, etc. are some of the factors affecting the research ecosystem in India. India's investment in research and development has remained constant at around 0.6% to 0.7% of India's GDP. Not even 1% of India's GDP is allotted for research. This is below the expenditure of countries like US, where they spend around 2.8% of GDP. China, it is 2.1%. Israel, 4.3%. And Korea, it is 4.2% of the GDP spent on research. Recent initiatives taken by the government. Now, to overcome these challenges, these problems, and to uplift the quality of Indian higher education, the government of India has taken or have written some script to solve the problem. Like education quality upgradation and inclusion program, that is Iqac, has been recently launched. This is a 5-year vision plan to improve the quality and accessibility of higher education over the next 5 years, that is up to 2024. They have initiated a plan to improve the quality and accessibility of higher education. And next one is GER, that is double the gross enrollment ratio in higher education and resolve the geographically and socially skewed access to higher education institutions in India. Position at least 50 Indian institutions among the top 1,000 global universities. So there is a target that at least we should have 50 Indian institutions among the top 1,000 global universities. So far we are only 3. Revitalizing infrastructure and systems in education. There is another policy called as RISE, R-I-S-E. Next one is qualitatively upgrade the research and academic infrastructure in India to global best standards by 2022. Make India into an education hub by making available high quality research infrastructure in Indian higher educational institutions. To allow access of Higher Education Financing Agency, that is HEFA, funding to institutions like central universities, AIMS, IISERs and newly created institutes of national importance without creating any additional burden to the students. Higher Education Financing Agency has been tasked to mobilize 1 lakh crore rupees for this initiative. So the target is 2022, that is we have only 1 year. Another plan is UGC's Learning Outcome Based Curriculum Framework, that is LOCF. LOCF guidelines issued by UGC in 2018 aims to specify what graduates are expected to know, understand and able to do at the end of their program of study. This is to make students active learner and teacher a good facilitator. So the purpose of what is the learning outcome based curriculum framework is to make students active learner and on the other hand to make teachers a good facilitator. Next one is graded autonomy to universities and colleges. So this is one important aspect we are going to discuss today. The graded autonomy to universities and colleges. So 3-tiered graded autonomy regulatory system has been initiated with a categorization based on accreditation scores. Category 1 and 2 universities will have significant autonomy to conduct examinations, prescribe evaluation systems, and even announce results. And next one is GIAN, that is Global Initiative for Academics Network. The program seeks to invite distinguished academicians, entrepreneurs, scientists, experts from premier institutions from across the world to teach in the higher educational institutions in India. And next one is ISHE, that is All India Survey on Higher Education. The main objectives of the survey are to identify and capture all the institutions of higher learning in the country and collect their data from all the higher education institutions on various aspects of higher education. And next one is National Institutional Ranking Framework, that is NIRF, was developed in 2015. The rankings are published annually since 2016. It outlines a methodology to rank educational institutions across the country based on 5 broad parameters. Number 1, teaching, learning and resources. Number 2, research and professional practice. Number 3, graduation outcomes. Number 4, outreach and inclusivity. And number 5, perception. So these are all the criteria, taken by the Naac based on these criteria. Regulatory and governance reforms. Restructure or merge different higher education regulatories like UGC, AICTE, NCTE, etc. to ensure effective coordination. Amend UGC Act to give legislative backing to regulatory structure. Allow foreign institutions to operate joint degree programs with Indian institutions. Link university grants to performance. Select vice chancellors of universities through a transparent and objective process. So these are all the part of regulatory and governance reforms. And next one is we have creating world-class universities. So 20 universities, 10 each from public and private sector, are being selected as institutions of eminence to help them attain world-class standards of teaching and research. A graded mechanism to ensure additional funds to flow to top public universities should be developed, as in China and Singapore. And next important one is the draft National Education Policy 2019 recommended restructuring of the higher education system into Tier 1, 2 and 3. So Tier 1 includes research universities focusing equally on research and teaching, whereas Tier 2 includes teaching universities focusing primarily on teaching. And Tier 3 includes colleges focusing only on teaching at UG level. All such institutions will gradually move towards full autonomy, academic, administrative and financial. The idea is to spread research culture at the undergraduate level. Next one is the increased focus on vocational and professional-led education. Include vocational subjects in mainstream universities to allow for greater acceptance and utility for vocational learning. And next important one is accreditation framework. All higher educational institutions must be accredited compulsorily and regularly by agencies empaneled through a transparent, high-quality process. Next, performance-linked funding and incentives. All central universities should develop strategic plans for getting into the top 500 global universities ranking in the next 10 years. Funding to these institutions should be linked to performance and outcomes through the MHRD and newly constituted Higher Education Funding Agency. And finally, distance and online education. Broaden the scope of massive online course, that is MOOCs, and open and distance learning ODL to provide access to quality education beyond geographical boundaries. So these are all the problems faced by Indian higher educational institutions. We are also part of the problem, and we are also trying our best to overcome the problem and also increase the quality of higher education. And this one-day state level seminar is beyond just certificates, lunch or refreshment. It is much about increasing the quality and also improving the also get the grade for the college. Higher educational institutions include not only universities and colleges, but also various professional schools that provide preparation in such fields as law, theology, medicine, business, music, and art. Higher education also includes teacher training schools, junior colleges, and institutes of technology. Now, the reduction in the quality of higher education due to some other reasons like increasing graduation rates and levels of educational attainment will accomplish little if students don't learn something of lasting value. So, only increasing the number or the quantity, the amount of students, just passing the exam, getting paper degree will not solve the problem. We should also provide the value that will last forever. Yet federal efforts over the last several years have focused much more on increasing the number of Americans and other foreigners who go to college than on improving the education they receive once they get there. So in India we have the problem, one is the enrollment ratio, the gross enrollment ratio is less. The other one is students, those who are successfully completed the degree, they are actually not getting the proper value or the skill, knowledge required. So by concentrating so heavily on graduation rates and attainment levels, policy makers are ignoring danger signs that the amount that students learn in college may have declined over the past few decades and could well continue to do so in the years to come. So thanks to the smartphones. The reasons for concern also include like college students today seem to be spending much less time on their coursework than their predecessors or the seniors did 50 years back. So in before 50 years or 10 years back, students used to depend only on the books or the notes, whatever it may be. Now since we have gadgets and other diversions, students, they are spending very, very less time on their educational assignments. And evidence of their ability suggests that they are probably learning less than students once used to did, and quite possibly less than their counterparts in many other advanced industrial countries. One is the comparison of the past, our students have declined, and second thing is comparing with the counterpart and like other countries, the neighboring countries or the western countries, students actually they are not paying so much attention on academics. Employers complain. So what is the result? The employers, they come and complain that many graduates they hire are deficient in basic skills such as writing, problem solving, and critical thinking, that college leaders and their faculties consistently rank among the most important goals of an undergraduate education. So we don't have to worry about talent or intellectual. We have to worry about the basic thing like handwriting, or even about like how to solve a problem and critical thinking. So these are the basic skills required by the recruiters, the companies. The students are lacking. Most of the millions of additional students needed to increase educational attainment levels will come to campus poorly prepared for college work, creating a danger that higher education rates will be achievable only by lowering academic standards. So this we can compare with an example. So every student is our product. So if any product in the market is deficient, if the product is damaged, it means the manufacturer, the maker has something wrong. So we complain the company, we complain the manufacturer. So if our students are lacking this knowledge, skill, or the basic thing required by the market, it means so more than 2/3 of college instructors today are not on the tenure track, but are lecturers serving on year-to-year contracts. Many of them are hired without undergoing the vetting commonly used in appointing tenure track of professors. Studies indicate that extensive use of such instructors may contribute to higher dropout rates and to grade inflations. Okay, so these are all the various factors. In order to overcome these problems, all the stakeholders of higher education should work hard. So from the government, whether it is central government, state government, or it is the management, the administration, the faculty members, students, parents, even the public. And one important is even the recruiters who are waiting for the students, they should also involve into this what is called as a challenge, and they should also help us to solve the problem. So we are doing our best, to overcome these challenges. And this one-day seminar, state-level seminar, also focusing on solving these problems. And one important solution for this problem is Naac accreditation and assessment. And we should be well versed with the accreditation process. So Naac is not a challenge; it is actually an opportunity to excel, for excellence. So while some college leaders are making serious efforts to improve the quality of teaching, many others seem content with their existing programs. Although they recognize the existence of problems affecting higher education, still, although like the study says that 25% of the institutions are accredited in 2010. So like it shows that only few colleges, like only 1/4 of the colleges, they are showing some interest, to get the accreditation. So we are very happy that we are part of those stakeholders who are striving hard day and night to bring the quality of higher education. Thank you very much. Slama.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Very good morning to one and all. We shall commence the Naac sponsored one-day state level seminar on enhancing and sustaining quality in higher educational institutions through new accreditation framework of Naac. For invocation, I invite Professor B. Fuzail Ahmed, Assistant Professor of Business Administration.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الله لا إله إلا هو الحي القيوم لا تأخذه سنة ولا نوم له ما في السماوات وما في الأرض من ذا الذي يشفع عنده إلا بإذنه يعلم ما بين أيديهم وما خلفهم ولا يحيطون بشيء من علمه إلا بما شاء وسع كرسيه السماوات والأرض ولا يؤوده حفظهما وهو العلي العظيم. In the name of the Almighty, the most gracious and the most merciful. Allah, none is worthy of worship except He, the ever-living, the one who sustains and protects all that exists. Neither slumber nor sleep overtakes Him. To Him belongs whatever is in the heavens and earth. Who is there that can intercede before Him except by His permission? He knows what happens to them before them and behind them, and they will never encompass anything of His knowledge except that He wills. His throne extends over the heavens and earth, and He feels no fatigue in guarding them, and He is the most high and the most great. Sadaqallahu al-Aliyyul Azim.
Please raise up for Tamil Thai வாழ்த்து. Welcome, most welcome. Now I invite Dr. S. Raza Muhammad Kamil, the Vice Principal and IQAC Coordinator of this institution, to deliver the welcome address.
In the name of Almighty, the most beneficent and merciful, most respected Secretary and Correspondent of this esteemed institution, Ali Janab Allah Munir Ahmed Sahib, respected Principal of this historical institution, Dr. T. Muhammad Ilyas Sahib, illustrious resource persons of the seminar, Dr. Priya Narayanan, Assistant Advisor, Naac, our beloved mentor and Director of Non-Formal Education VME Society, Major Dr. S. Syed Sahabdin Sir, the eminent Director of Management Studies, Anna Adarsh College for Women, Chennai, Dr. Jayashri Ghosh Madam, the distinguished Professor of Chemistry, Dr. M.G. Sethuraman from Gandhi Kramam University, my friend and IQAC Director of Sacred Heart College, Dr. Sagar Raj Sir, former Member Syndicate of Tiruvallur University and HOD of Biochemistry, Dr. A. Liaquat Ali, Controller of Examination, Dr. F. Liaquat Ali Khan, all deans and heads of the departments, professors from our college and the neighboring colleges, my dear participants, the non-teaching staff, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. May Almighty bless all of us with sound health and peace of mind under this pandemic period. It's a great pleasure to me as a IQAC coordinator to welcome you all to this one-day seminar that enhancing and sustaining the quality in higher educational institutions through Naac new Naac framework. First of all, I must thank Naac for sponsoring the seminar with financial assistance. I must salute the fruitful efforts of secretary and correspondent and the principal in materializing this program. I feel this is the right moment to acknowledge the team members of IQAC, Dr. Sayyid Tahir Hussaini, Associate Professor of Mathematics, Professors Khaliqur Zaman, Dr. N. Nadeem Afroz, Fuzail, Riaz, and as a team. Really, I must be thankful for their round-the-clock efforts to make this program a successful one. Naac is doing commendable job in enhancing the quality of higher educational institutions. Since the advent of Naac in 1994, nearly 12,000 colleges have been subjected to assessment and accreditation. As a result, there is a spike in the quality of higher education. The standard of teaching, learning, evaluation, infrastructure facilities of all institutions have tremendously, spectacularly improved. Though our college have crossed several milestones and was nearing century age in 2008, we applied for Naac readily with gladness because it provided us the opportunities to measure our strengths and also to identify areas to concentrate. We got accreditation as an A grade in its first instance. Major credit goes to our major Dr. Syed Shahabdin sir, who was at the helm of affairs during his tenure as principal in this institution from 2001 to 2009. Thank you very much, sir. Naac has a very good significance that they will not keep the regulations, norms as constant. They vary the norms time to time. The yardstick of assessment and accreditation is upgraded in pace with the modernization and the advancement. Say for example in July in 2014, the total exercise has turned into ICT enabled. RAF, revised accreditation framework, was introduced in which 70% of weightage given to quantitative metrics where the data are fed into the SSR, and 30% was weightage was given to qualitative metrics with the weightage given for the Naac team who had a field visit here. Our college, the growth of this college is in tandem with all such kind of revisions and advancement. Then we got accreditation again A grade in 2014, again 2021. This shows our development of this college. But this time we have revised our target. Now we are aiming for A++. That is our aim. All grounds are being made here to attain that goal. Now when Naac team visited in the early part of this year, January 27th and 28th, they appreciated very much the services rendered by the management of the college to the poor and the downtrodden. Actually, the vision of this college is to provide quality and relevant education to the poor and the downtrodden with the aim of uplifting the society and to contribute to the development of the nation. Actually, this is the first core objective of the Naac, that we are resonating with the core objective of the Naac. During their visit, they have also made some recommendations. One of the important recommendations is the establishment of incubation center in our campus. Already the efforts have been made to establish the incubation center for the benefit of the startups and budding entrepreneurs. Already we have conducting campus interview for creating employees. Now we are on the mission of creating entrepreneurs. That is, we are building a healthy atmosphere for a healthy innovation ecosystem in our campus. See, in the time we have our principal took a lot of efforts to bring the latest A grade. Really, he has marshaled a our troops, our team in a right way to get A grade. He has several master plans also to attain our maximum goal of accreditation. I think the conduction of this particular seminar is also one of the steps to that direction. So I am very, very confident that we will achieve that goal. So there is a overwhelming participation from various colleges to this seminar. Really, it is astonishing that nearly we have covered 8 districts. The participants have come from 8 districts. Really, I appreciate every one of you for your keen interest to learn something about the Naac. Definitely, the resource persons will give you all information about the filling up of SSR data, and also they will also introduce the new AQAR has been recently introduced by the Naac. So I am very, very confident that with the support of our benevolent management and with the elegance of our versatile principal and the dedicated our teaching staff and non-teaching staff and our vibrant students and every one of the stakeholders of this institution, I could realize that we are marching to the right direction to achieve the maximum grade possible. Thank you very much. I request our principal to give presidential address.
Most respected Secretary and Correspondent Ali Janab Yaliam Munir Ahmad Sahib, and 2 resource person of the morning session, Dr. Major Syed Shahabuddin sir and Dr. Jayashri Ghosh Madam, Director Management Studies, Anna Adarsh College, Chennai, IQAC Coordinator, my esteemed friend Dr. Raza Muhammad Kamil, Dr. Iqac Ali, the former syndicate member, Tiruvallur University, learned heads of the department, faculty members and participants from various colleges, ladies and gentlemen, first of all I welcome you with Islamic greetings. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Let peace and blessings of Almighty Allah be upon all of us. Dear friends, let me express my profound gratitude to the Naac for having sponsored this program with financial assistance, for organizing this one-day seminar, state-level seminar for enhancing and sustaining quality in higher education. This seminar is organized with a concept, with a noble intention of let's grow all together equally. All higher educational institutions must provide quality education, not only for a particular academic year or for a batch, but it should be sustained, it should be continued forever. With this noble intention, this seminar has been organized, and today happens to be an important red letter day in the history of Islamiah College, that this program was started a little bit late by 30 minutes. The reason being is today, the 21st October, happens to be the Martyrs' Day of this college, our proud alumnus who has sacrificed his life in Ladakh, and we received a communication from the Home Ministry, Government of India, to observe 21st October as the Martyrs' Day in the college campus and to pay the floral tribute to the proud alumnus who has sacrificed their life. Therefore, because of this event, and this program has been started a little bit late. Dear friends, there are 2 resource persons here right now, and all of us know very well about Major Sir. Telling about Major Sir is just like showing lamp to the sun. Therefore, there is no need for any introduction about our Major Sir. And we have another illustrious personality, Madam Jayashri Ghosh. She is the Director Management Studies. Recently started college, but the college has obtained A+ grade, 3.56 CGPA out of 4, she has obtained because of her effort. Therefore, all the titles given to the resource person. The first one is Criteria of Assessment and Accreditation Framework. Dr. Major Sir is going to handle, and so that all the 7 criterion should be familiar by the IQAC members of different colleges. Similarly, another resource person, she is the Assistant Advisor, Naac Office, Bangalore, role of assessment and accreditation in enhancing and sustaining quality in higher educational institution. Dr. Priya Narayan, she will be what is called the resource person through online. Then we have our midst today, Dr. Jayashree Ghosh. She is going to discuss about online assessment and accreditation methodology. This is the new concept because of this COVID pandemic. The Naac authorities have implemented to assess the higher educational institutions even through online. Without visiting the campus, they can assess the particular institute through online. Therefore, she is going to enlighten us about the online assessment. Similarly, the next topic, Dr. Sethuraman from Gandhigraman Rural University, he is going to deliver about the reforms in new accreditation framework of Naac. What are all the, you might have seen, all are maybe preparing the annual quality assurance report, and the last date given is 31st December. It is just like preparation of SSR. You might have seen what are all the templates given and what are all the formats given. It is just like preparation of SSR. Once it is uploaded, it will not be altered or correction at the time of SSR submission. Whatever you submit now, for 5 years it will be taken in together, it will be accumulated, clubbed together, and it itself will be the SSR. Therefore, there won't be any what is called time for you to correct or rectify the data. Whatever data you provide now, it should be exactly correct, and you should not what is called overlook or by oversight you should not leave any data. You cannot alter it at the time of your submission of SSR. Therefore, the new method about the submission of AQR and all these things are going to be discussed. One more resource person who is from Sacred Heart College, the IQAC coordinator, Dr. Sagayaraj. He will be discussing about that in the afternoon session. Therefore, all the 5 topics which we are going to discuss now, either online or offline, whatever it may be, will be very, very relevant. Therefore, please give your concentration, pay your attention. You can put your queries in the chat box also if the resource person comes online. Then it will be an interactive section. You can clarify your doubts so that we will conclude this program very, very successful way, and we can submit our SSR very successfully, and finally all the higher educational institutions of this region, this district or this state, whatever it may be, will grow together simultaneously with quality. Therefore, with these few words, I once again welcome all of you. Thank you for having participated in this program. Now I invite our beloved secretary and correspondent, Dr. Mr. Yalya Munir Ahmad Sahib, to offer his felicitation. After that, we will go for the technical sessions.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Respected Principal, Dr. T. Muhammad Ilyas, Vice Principal and IQAC Coordinator, Dr. S. Raza Muhammad Kamil, the resource persons, Dr. Priya Narayanan, Assistant Advisor Naac, Dr. Major Syed Shahabuddin Sir, Director Non-Formal Education, Unembodied Muslim Educational Society, Dr. M.G. Sethuraman, Professor, Gandhigram University, Dr. Jayashree Ghosh, Director of Management Studies, Anna Adarsh College, Chennai, Dr. S. Sagayaraj, IQAC Coordinator, Sacred Heart College, Tirupattur, then COE Dr. F. Liaqat Ali Khan, HODs, teaching and non-teaching staff of our college, dear participants, Assalamu alaikum and good morning to one and all. I congratulate Iqac of our college for organizing this seminar first time in the banner of Naac. I thank Naac for readily accepting our proposal for its sponsorship. In our process of quality enhancement and sustainment, Naac has been one of the driving forces for our institution. Naac is working as the catalyst in many of our physical and chemical activities. We also deserve well for the patronage from Naac, taking account of our educational services rendered to poor and marginalized people irrespective of caste and religion. Actually, this college was founded way back in 1919 with the foresightedness and farsightedness of our philanthropic forefathers, with the sole aim of educating and empowering the poor. Their dreams are very much in reality now. With the help of experienced and highly qualified teachers, professors, and by providing excellent infrastructure facilities, we are able to turn the average students into brilliant. The skills of the students are also honed to make them more employable. Still, we are working hard to augment our accreditation status to A++ by improving in every criterion envisaged by Naac. As the secretary and correspondent, I lend solid support to our principal and back every constructive activity in the campus. Since accreditation has become mandatory for all higher education institutions, I feel it is high time to conduct many more such programs. I understand that the participation is overwhelming with the representation from many surrounding colleges. I appreciate all the participants for their keen interest to take part in this highly informative program. I hope that you will learn a lot from these eminent resource persons and will practice for the betterment of your own institution. I wish for the grand success of this seminar. Thank you one and all. With this I can.
I invite Major Dr. Shahabuddin sir to take over the session for technical session.
Most respected Secretary and Correspondent of this great institution, Ali Janab Yallan Munir Ahmed Sahib, learned and esteemed Principal Dr. Ilyas, Vice Principal Dr. Raja Muhammad Kamil, the IQAC Coordinator and also the Vice Principal Raja Muhammad Kamil, the resource person, another resource person of the day, Sister Dr. Jayashri Ghosh, my dear brothers and sisters, at the outset, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and profound thanks to the management of this college and also to the authorities and IQAC members for having given me an opportunity to stand before this august gathering and to deliver a talk on a very well-known topic. As you all know, I am not a stranger to this audience. I have been delivering lectures several times, right from the introduction of this revised accreditation framework at various levels, district level, college level, at various colleges also. So, again repeating the same thing by the same person may be monotonous. That's why I hesitated to take up the assignment and I conveyed this to our secretary and principal. But they insisted me, and it's because of their kindness I am here to present before you a brief summary. Dear friends, revised accreditation framework. Before we proceed to this, I would like to draw the attention of the audience of this audience about the purpose of education. Just think for a while, what is the purpose of this higher education? After Kothare Commission, the purpose of liberal and arts education was defined as to create youth who are physically strong, intellectually enlightened, spiritually inspired, and emotionally balanced young men of this country who could render human service for social development, economic development, and national development. But now, there are some lapses in the very first system of education, and that's why we have to revise even the very purpose. The need of the hour is to enhance the quality of life and management system. That happened to be one of the missions of Naac, revised accreditation Naac. Life is not livelihood or employment, though they are the basic needs. The Knowledge Commission and Naac now focuses on establishing a knowledge society. The purpose of higher education are learning to know, learning to learn, learning to do, and above all, learning to live together. We are imparting knowledge, sharing knowledge, evaluating knowledge, examining knowledge, disseminating knowledge, enriching knowledge, and above all, we concentrate on researching knowledge at the higher educational institutions. These are the main functions of the colleges and universities. As a result, we try to generate new knowledge, and that new knowledge is to be disseminated, and as a result of that, we try to create today's society as a knowledge society. As you know, knowledge is power, knowledge is strength, knowledge is light, knowledge is divine. Knowledge alone is not sufficient. Apart from that, skill development is another area which has to be focused. And that's why, above all, we have to learn to live together. All these points lead to a holistic development of the learner, which is intellectually, physically, emotionally, and artistically help the development of the nation. The overriding purpose of all these aspects should be learning to live together in a multicultural society, in a harmonious coexistence with all sections of the society and humankind. That is very essential. That is why, based on these things, the vision and mission of the Naac has been formulated. I do not want to go into the details of the vision and mission. The summary is that to enhance the quality of life and management system by providing quality education. And here, my dear friends, based on that, the Naac has formulated 5 core values. And core values happen to be the foundation for the 7 criteria which we are going to discuss. And the first core value of Naac is the higher educational institution should contribute for national development. How could the colleges help for national development? It's a very important question which you must try to understand. There are 3 ways outlined. One is increasing access to higher education. The colleges and universities should provide access to all people in higher education. Second one is ensuring equity. Equity without any gender bias for all sections of the society. And above all, serving the cause of social justice. With these 3 ways only, the colleges and universities could contribute for national development. And as a result, we focus on human resource development, capacity building, and promoting the cause of social justice. The second core value of Naac is foster global competencies. Whatever skills, knowledge, competencies, abilities which we try to inculcate to our students should be on par with the students of other nations. You may be aware of the fact that the Naac, accredited institutions, the degrees which we give here for three-year degree course, suppose a student get a degree in 3-year degree course under a Naac accredited institution, it is treated as equal to 4-year degree in USA. That means Naac is trying its best to enhance the standard and quality of our educational institutions. And therefore, the focus on global competencies, the competencies, capabilities and abilities which we try to acquire should be on par with the students of other countries. The third very, very important is to promote, to inculcate values among students. It's a very, very important area. We produce doctors, you produce engineers, we produce administrators, but if they are engineers, administrators, even teachers, without values, without character, such education is not only useless but dangerous. Therefore, Naac focuses on inculcating core values. When you come to values, what kind of values we want to inculcate? We want to inculcate, Naac expects that the values to be inculcated among the children should be national values, human values, universal values, constitutional values, and above all, professional ethics. When you talk of national values, they should be human dignity, human rights, freedom, racialism, rule of law, democracy, secularism, social justice. These are all constitutional values. A student who goes out of the institution should have all these values. Similarly, when you come to human values, respect, acceptance, consideration, appreciation, listening, openness, affection, empathy, love towards human being. These values. When you come to universal values, morality, aesthetic preference, human rights, social order, peace, non-violence, social welfare, truth, righteousness through education. These are all the values. Similarly, professional ethics, integrity, honesty, transparency, respectfulness towards job, objectivity, confidentiality, all these things, we can discuss hours together. But these values are to be inculcated to our children who are undergoing the courses in our education. That is one of the values, core values, outlined in Naac. The fourth one is to promote the use of high technology. Now you know the changing scenario. Without ICT, you cannot imagine life, education, anything. And therefore, the students who go out of the institution should have the capacity to use technology and use of technology in the learning process, as a learning resource, documentation, data management, electronic data management, all these things. These are the basic requirements, and that should be promoted in the higher education institutions. Above all, excellence. The fifth one is quest for excellence. When you talk of excellence, what is excellence? Excellence is the aggregate of the best practices, best values which you imbibe, inculcate. Excellence will reflect on the overall development of the system of higher education institution as a whole. Higher education institution should strive hard for emerging excellent centers. It should develop and nurture values, social efforts to be made, to preserve and promote educational values, and all these things are there. To sum up all these 5 values, I would like to quote Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, the first Prime Minister of India, who summarized all these things in a very beautiful quote. Nehru said, I think it is very appropriate to quote on this occasion. Nehru said, a college or a university, which means a higher education institution, should stand for humanism, for tolerance, for reason, for the evaluation of ideas, adventure of ideas, for search of truth. It stands for onward march of human race towards even higher objectives. These are the, essence or summary of the same core values which we discussed so far. Now, coming to this revised accreditation framework, of course, it's a very big topic. narrating all the 7 criteria, the key indicators, metrics. It will take a long time, but the time allotted to me is very, very short. And therefore, I would like to focus another important point. Why we have taken up this revised accreditation framework. Naac was established in 1994. During the course of these years, from 1994 to 2017, Naac had several experiences, several challenges, and they realized the lapses in the previous methodology. And we had undergone the previous methodology also. And what happened to the previous methodology? In the previous methodology, the assessment was done only by the peer judgment. It was very subjective. It was partial. There was possibility of favoritism, nepotism, etc. Because whatever the peer team members, they get the impression that they award marks. It was not an objective one, and therefore there was a need for a paradigm shift from that subjective peer judgment to objective quantitative assessment. And that's why the focus is on now capture of quantitative assessment and process details on qualitative assessment. The present methodology is robust, objective, transparent, outcome oriented, and stakeholder friendly. And this paradigm shift is from qualitative peer judgment to database quantitative indicator, and extensive use of ICT is focused here. And the process is simplified. There is a drastic reduction of questions, and the size of the report is also reduced. The visit days also minimized. In the old methodology, 50 core and desirable indicators, 200 assessment indicators, and all questions in the manual were synthesized now, and as a result we have very simple procedure. But there is a focus on benchmarking. What are the yardsticks we have? What is benchmarking? It refers to the external point of reference or standard to evaluate the quality of education. In fact, it is an increasingly popular tool, of course, in the industry, and it is used extensively, but both by manufacturing service organizations. And here, in the educational system, these benchmarks are identified as quality improvement tool. It introduced third-party evaluation. Now we have got DVV, all these things. I did not elaborate on that. And these 7 criteria are further divided into key indicators, and key indicators are further divided into specific metrics, both quantitative metrics and qualitative metrics. And apart from that, you have got some optional metrics which are not applicable to the institution that you can opt out. Similarly, there are desirable metrics, and which the Naac expects that every institution should come on par with that. And universities, colleges, autonomous colleges, private colleges, affiliated colleges, all these things have got different metrics, and the weightage varies from place to place. And there is the new revised methodology, the students' participation and alumni engagement is given priority, and enhanced participation of these stakeholders is essential. I do not want to proceed with the 3 stages of accreditation process at all. The new component, as you are all aware, is student satisfaction survey. The students participate in the previous methodology. A group of students who were tutored, brainwashed, who were told everything, they will be asked to assemble. And the possible questions would have been told to them. And whatever they ask, they will be trying to just glorify their institution. No lapses will be pointed out, no constructive suggestion will be given. And as a peer team member, I had seen that in several colleges, we tried to elicit the actual information of the students, but none of them come out with that because they want best grade. Though it's not a kind of self-introspection, it is not real assessment. But here, now this student satisfaction survey is made online, and we have to provide all the data required, like name, class, then degree, phone number, everything. As a result, Naac directly contacts the students and get this survey. So online assessment is done, and it is very helpful. Therefore, there is a vast difference between the old methodology and new methodology. In the old methodology, you have got to submit LOI, letter of intent, but now it is not here. 100% qualitative assessment was the hallmark of the old methodology, but here 70% quantitative and 30% only qualitative. You cannot change the figures. Quantitatives are very specific, And you cannot cheat. For example, how many teachers are here? How many of them have got PhD? What are your publications? These things are very specific, and therefore the possibility of this subjective assessment is reduced. And here, SSR is submitted to online, all these things I need not, go ahead. But here, my dear friends, quality assessment, in the quality assessment, the revised accreditation framework has got 7 criteria. For universities, autonomous colleges, affiliated, all will have 7 criteria. But each criterion of the 7 criteria, each criterion is further divided into key indicators. 34 for autonomous and universities, and 32 for the constituted colleges. And each key indicator is further divided into metrics. Qualitative metrics, quantitative metrics. If you take the autonomous colleges, we have got 38 metrics, qualitative metrics, and 98 quantitative metrics. All put together, we have got 136 metrics. Based on that, this 7 criteria are framed. The first one is curricular aspect. I am just rushing through by highlighting some of the important things. In the curricular aspect, the responsibility of designing and preparing, developing the curriculum rests on the universities with regard to the affiliated colleges. But in the autonomous colleges, the Board of Studies of the college concerned is also got the responsibility. But what is expected of Naac is that the curriculum which you design, the curriculum which you prepare should focus on 3 important things. One is employability, the other one is entrepreneurship, the third one is skill development. And in the curriculum, design and development, the responsibility of the institution is effective transaction of the academic content of the curriculum to the students. And that is a very important thing with regard to the responsibility of the colleges are concerned. And academic flexibility refers to the new academic courses introduced. In curricular aspect, you have got certain key indicators like curriculum design and development, curriculum planning and development, implementation, academic flexibility. Academic flexibility refers to the new academic courses introduced during the last 5 years, choice-based credit system, number of students enrolled in the subject-related certificates, diplomas, add-on programs, etc. And similarly, curriculum enrichment is another important indicator which focuses on integrating cross-cutting issues in the curriculum which are relevant to gender, environment and sustainability, human values, professional ethics, etc. And the number of value-added courses, imparting life skills, field projects, all these things are there. And last one is feedback system. In the feedback system, many colleges get confused. What is expected in the curricular aspect is that the feedback regarding the syllabus, and that feedback should be structured, it should be properly formulated on the design, and review of that feedback should focus on the review of syllabus, semester-wise, year-wise, from the students. You must collect the feedback from the students, from the teachers, from the employers, and from the parents, alumni, from all the stakeholders. And that should be collected, analyzed, and action taken report is one of the expectations of Naac. The second criterion is teaching learning process. Of all the 7 criteria, teaching learning carries more weight because the very purpose of education is effective teaching and effective learning. Without proper teaching and learning, the entire system will fail. And here there are several indicators like student enrollment profile, catering to the students' diversity, the process of teaching learning, teachers' profile and quality, evaluation process, students' performance and outcomes, student satisfaction survey. And here, to serve the students of different background and abilities through effective teaching learning is the primary concern of any higher education institution. And the teachers are expected to follow not the age-old traditional lecture method, but the methodology should vary, it should be student-centric, and you must have experiential learning. participative learning, problem solving methodologies, all these things are to be focused, and we must use ICT for our effective teaching. The full complement of the teachers in the institution, the qualification of the teachers, reforms in the evaluation process, then continuous internal assessment, and above all, outcome-based education. I have given a detailed lecture on outcome-based education, the COs, course outcome, the program-specific outcome, and program outcome. All these things are to be clearly delineated, and that should be displayed in the college website. We must know what are the course outcome. When you take up a course to teach, you must know what is the outcome expected from the students. All these things are there. And above all, the measurement methodology which you have of all these outcomes, that is also very essential. And as I told you in the beginning, the one more important component in the teaching learning process is student satisfaction survey. And for that, it is done online. We have to provide all the data required for that. The third criterion is research, innovation, and extension. In my experience, I have found that many institutions fail in this. It is here I would like to clarify one thing. We are involved not only in the process of teaching, but also researching. Researching and teaching should go side by side. What is a research? Research is a desire to seek the unknown. Francis Bacon, a great thinker, has rightly pointed out, read not to contradict or confute, prove to be wrong or false, not to believe and take for granted, but to weigh, but to assess, but to consider and evaluate, and as a result of that, you must come out with new ideas. And here, we must inculcate the spirit of openness or the spirit of inquiry, which forms one strongest practices in research. We must have, above all, we must have a malleable mind. What is a malleable mind? Malleable mind is nothing but a mind adjustable to circumstances, which could grasp new ideas. That is the most valuable asset for a good researcher. We must have inquisitiveness, a golden key for many other good practices. I would like to quote only one anecdote which I generally used to say frequently. That is, you would have heard about Isidore Isaac Rabi. Isidore Isaac Rabi was a great physicist. He was a Nobel laureate in physics in 1944. He was given Nobel Prize for his discovery of this MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. And when he got this Nobel Prize, people asked him, what made you to get this Nobel Prize? Who helped you to get this Nobel Prize? Then immediately with a smiling face, Rabi said, my mother was responsible. My mother was responsible to get this Nobel Prize. People got shocked. They got amazed. They said, your mother is an illiterate person. She was actually working as a maid servant. How is it possible for an illiterate lady to help you to get this Nobel Prize? Then Rabi said, with a smiling face, whenever I go to the school, my mother used to advise me one thing. My son, you are going to the class today, college today. You must ask one relevant question. You must ask one relevant question to your teachers, which you must try to understand the answer. You must get the answer. You must try to get the answer also. And in the evening, I must go back and tell the question which I asked, and the answer which was given to me, that the spirit of inquiry was inculcated in my mind by my mother, and as a result of that, I became very inquisitive, and that ultimately led to my discovery. Therefore, we must have this inquisitiveness. We are teachers. Basically, I am also a teacher. Please don't feel bad when I tell this. We get involved in the process of teaching. We, of course, take classes sincerely, seriously, everything. But at the same time, as members of the faculty and higher education institution, we must focus on research. Research. As a teacher, at least I must produce one standard research article in the area of my interest. If each teacher produces one article in one semester, there are 100 teachers, 100 articles. And cumulatively, it will enhance the status of this institution. Therefore, every teacher should take it as a kind of vow, as a pledge to write one research article to be published in a very standard journal, and that will go a long way in your career and also in the career of the institution. Therefore, my dear friends, promotion of research and facilities, of course, you know that our college has made so many arrangements. The DST lab, then you have got a DBT lab, all kinds of facilities. I am happy to tell you that some of the equipments which we have are not available in any part of Tamil Nadu. In the physics department, there is a Gaussian software, and that Gaussian software 16 is not available in anywhere here, either here or in Chennai only. Such valuable, assets, equipments are all available, but we must make use of this. As a result, we must produce more and more research papers. Resource mobilization, innovation, research publications and awards, consultancy, extension activities, collaboration. Collaboration does not mean collaborating with the nearby institution. Now, collaboration here, what they mean is that establishing contact and memorandum of understanding with institutions of national importance, international importance, industries, universities, corporate houses, and how much MOUs you have for the past 5 years, and what amount of work you have done. That is a very important thing. It's a very big area. This is a very important criterion. And the fourth criterion is infrastructure and learning resources. And here, without proper learning resources, you cannot enhance the quality of education. As rightly pointed out by the principal and the coordinator, before 1994, we had seen that there were many colleges, even without proper furniture, blackboard, books, facilities, etc. But once the Naac came into existence, when they started assessing and grading institutions, every college, library is the heart of the college, it is a repository of knowledge, and now library as a learning resource, what that Naac expects is that it should availability of even remote access to students to the e-resources, access to e-resources. There is also IT infrastructure, IT facilities, including Wi-Fi, facilities for the development of e-content. The college are expected to provide, college Alhamdulillah has got that facility, e-content such as media center, recording facilities, lecture, computing system, all these things are to be available, and that should be made use of by the teachers and students for enhancing the quality of education. And establishment procedure for the maintenance of all these facilities, library, lab, classrooms, sports, all these things should be maintained properly. You establish a system to maintain these basic facilities properly. This is what meant by the fourth criterion. The fifth criterion is student support and progression. In the student support and progression, what kind of assistance we provide to the students to gain meaningful experience for learning at the campus, how far we help to facilitate their holistic development and progression, how far we ensure proper participation of students in academics, to facilitate students' participation in academic administrative bodies, committees of the students, and to have a vibrant college student council, how far we engage alumni through a registered, functional and vibrant alumni association so as to enable their contribution to the development of the college. So these are the four indicators in the student support and progression. And the sixth criterion is governance, leadership and management. And here we have got 5 key indicators. The whole thing revolves on strategic development and deployment. Some people do not understand what is strategic development, strategic planning. Strategic planning is nothing but fundamental to creating and running an organization and institution. It's a game plan. Strategic planning is a game plan, a plan for the success of success workout in advance, especially in sports. Politics and business, that is the thing. But here in education, that sets specific goals and objectives. It's a plan capable of being changed in response to the changing societal, industrial, and community needs. And there are 5 steps in strategic planning. We must clarify our vision and mission, gather and analyze information, formulate a strategy, implement your strategy, evaluate and control. This is a general outline of strategic planning. And here strategic planning in the colleges for development will be framed by CDC, College Development Council, or IQAC for the next 5 years, especially for post-aggregation. Deployment of documents to bring resources into effective action for executing the plan. Introducing new professional courses and skill development with recognized research center. Expanding academic industry relationship, research institute by signing MOUs and promoting alumni association for the development of the college activities. And the last one is institutional values and best practices. I'm just rushing through. There are only 3 key indicators, and here the focus is on that the institution should be responsive to at least few pressing issues such as gender equity, environmental consciousness, sustainability, inclusiveness, and professional ethics, and so on. We have to address these issues through best practices. What is the best practice? Any practice which helps to improve the quality of education is a best practice, a unique practice, innovative practice which helps to bring promote the quality of education. My dear friends, 3 questions are to be articulated in our efforts for quality enhancement. One is, are we performing better now than what we have performed earlier? In the process of quality enhancement, 3 questions are to be articulated. Number 1, are we performing now better than what we have performed earlier? The second one, are there any other institution nearby which are performing better than us, from whom we can learn and adopt the practices? The third one is, are there any practices which could help us for improving the quality of education? And therefore, every institution, especially IQAC, should focus on the best practices and institutional distinctiveness. And every institution should have a problem. With this 7 criteria, I would like to Okay, in this, the IQAC should play a very important role. The IQAC should review the structure and methodologies of transacting the academic content given in the syllabus, to establish learning outcomes at periodical intervals and suggest solutions to overcome the challenges, to facilitate the teaching learning reforms and making teaching learning more effective. Conducting regular meetings of IQAC periodically, timely submission of AQAR, conducting academic audit, both internal and external, to assess the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities and challenges, initiating follow-up action, preparing the structured questionnaire for feedback mechanism, collecting the feedback from stakeholders, analyzing the feedback, and preparing the ATR. All these things are very, very important. And the students should be given opportunity to evaluate the teachers about the punctuality of the teachers, utilization of the time allotted, behavior and manners, use of ICT, guidance as the suggestions given, whether teaching methodology is used is understandable and it is interesting to learn. All these things are there. Therefore, IQAC should focus on organizing seminars and conferences, workshops to highlight quality enhancement initiatives such as preparing research proposals, funding agencies, maintenance of records, and finally, evolving, implementing, institutionalizing best practices which help the quality enhancement. Therefore, my dear friends, it's a lot of things to be discussed. Finally, I conclude with only one thing, that the professional development of the teachers is highly essential. When we grow, the institution also grows. When we develop our knowledge, when we develop our capabilities, it reflects on our teaching. And as a result, quality education could be provided in any institution. Therefore, professional development is very important. We must concentrate on publication of standard research articles. We must become members of the professional bodies. We must participate in all seminars and conferences as far as possible. And we must undergo online courses pertaining to our subject through NPTEL, SWAYAM, MOOC, etc. You must attend the orientation and short-term courses, refresher courses, and annual refresher program in teaching, etc. These are things are, above all, teachers should be bibliophile. What do you mean by bibliophile? You must be lover of books, and then only we can improve all these things. With this, I conclude my talk. The next session, I think the speaker is ready. Therefore, I thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Madam. Dr. Priya Narayan, Madam. Dr. Priya Narayan, Madam, Assistant Advisor of Naac, now is going to deliver the topic, Role of Assessment and Accreditation in Enhancing and Sustaining Quality in Higher Educational Institutions. Dr. Priya Narayan, Madam, has been a source of support for all of us, for especially this institution, right from the day we prepared the proposal. She readily accepted to deliver address for this particular day. She has been a source of encouragement for all of us. Whenever we communicate here, she readily replies to our queries and all these things. We are all very much eager, Madam, to hear you on this particular topic. All our participants are very much vibrant and they are very much eager to listen to you, Madam. Thank you very much, Madam. Sorry for the delay, for a little time beyond the schedule, Madam. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, it's a sheer pleasure to connect with you all through the online mode. And I'm very sorry that was directed I need to come off my to meet you. And sorry, the situation is not such viable for us to meet physically. I hope this should not stop us at least in the future. Now coming to the presentation where we are talking about the role of assessment and aggregation in enhancing and sustaining quality in higher education. I would like to take up this session in a more kind of a general manner, because I know that there are speakers who are going to talk more specifically onto the assessment, its process and all these things. But for the first time, let us start thinking why we need accreditation, why we need change, and why we need to adapt to the changing needs of the industries, and what is the benefit. Okay. May I first introduce you to Peter Duker. Peter Duker is the Australian management specialist, a person who is an educationist also. He said in 1997, universities won't survive. Higher education is in deep crisis. The college campus won't survive as residential institutions, and today's college buildings are hopelessly unsaturated and totally unneeded. Now, imagine about 100 years before, when we talked about a college, when we talked about a university, and it was all the fact that it has to be a residential profession. It's a place where most of us will stay back, they work very hard, and then they attain their degree. But in today's situation, in terms of pandemic also, I would say, for past 2 years, we have not utilized any single resource of that repository that we have developed in our institutions. Just not for colleges for that matter, if I would say universities, with thousands of acres of lush green campus given, but how far have we utilized it? How far we have used every inch of our land or the resources that are there in the land is still a doubt for us. So which means we become accountable for what we have and what we use. That way, then we need to think about, can there be an alternate situation? Is there something that we can do about to understand how the world of higher education is changing and where we fit into, to be on parallel with other countries for that matter, then I would say it's not, it's not that the Western countries go online, so we need to go online. Or it's not that we see that somebody does outcome-based education, so we should also do outcome-based education. But rather, we should understand why should we do it, and how should we do it, and how far is this beneficial for us. And to that extent, anything that we do, we have to understand and do it. Okay? So it's not about difference. So, when we say we all are like sheep and we are being led astray, that somebody says, oh, this is good, so we all accept, yes, this is good. Or when somebody says, oh, this policy is not good, so we always comment that, no, it's not good. It's not like that. We actually have to discuss and deliberate upon and see what is good and what is bad. How can we take benefit of the good and how can we overcome the bad? For that matter, let me see the NAP and RAF for that matter. Now, when you see RAF, the earlier system how it was, it was completely judgmental in character, in the sense that 3 or 4 tier 3 members will come and stay with you, will be observing you for, say, 3 or 4 days, and then that were supported by the subjectivity that they had within themselves. Now that had a problem. Now here on the other hand, it means RAF coming up, because RAF working means ticket was Naac itself. So we saw them how they are working, what they are going to bring. So then we also understood that whenever something has to roll down, there has to be a road to roll down. Then that road for NEP was RAF. If I would say RAF is asking you about outcome-based education, if you would see NEP is asking for outcome-based education or advocating for outcome-based education, you would see RAF already introducing course outcomes, program-specific outcomes, so that people are clear with these terminologies of what are they and how they are supposed to be applied. Now, why NAP? Why RAF? Why higher education at all? Why there is so much of talk about reorienting higher education or making our higher education or education per se for that matter in a better sense? See, if you see this world map, wherever you are seeing blue in color, these are the places where population is growing. And wherever you are seeing orange in colors, these are the places like the entire Europe for that matter, China for that matter. These are all the places, Japan for that matter. These are all the places where the population is decreasing. Now, see, higher education is something that is driven by demography, the population of the country. If the population of Europe has decreased, who will study in their country the big universities that they have constructed? The more prominent universities in world ranking, they are very high in number. Who will study there? They don't have population of their own to send to college because their population is already decreasing. So they don't have the population. So who will be studying there? It is people from these countries where there are growing populations, they will be attracted towards those countries. So there are going to be a lot of brain drain. If you see in the afternoons, your televisions, you will have people who will be arguing, who will be, kind of commercializing or advertising the foreign institutions. They will say the engineering degree you want to get here, it will be the same cost that you will be paying there, but you will be getting a foreign degree, a foreign, experience, working with an international, diaspora. So all these things. Now, what has happened with India, let me also tell you this. See, in case of Italy, the Italian universities do not have their own population, and in Italian universities, the Italian people studying there in Italian universities is less than even 10% for that matter. In such case, then, if I have to talk to you about India, India is at crossroads. Now, we are the highest middle income countries. We have a population of highest middle income group. We are called as the human capital of the world, and we have, as on date, the largest working population. So, we are the key to the interconnected world. So any decision that the international arena takes or what India takes matters a lot to many other countries in different other ways. That way. But what is required for us? We have to develop more competitiveness as far as quality is concerned with other nations. We are surrounded by, at times, not a very good relationship between the neighboring countries. So we need to have shared prosperity. What is shared prosperity? Simple as that. We have this normal practice at home. That if you cook anything very special, so what you do is that you try to share it with your neighbors. If today you made something, so you just try to share a little bit of quantity with them. And that's what shared property also means. Like the one that demonstrates shared property is that we produced vaccine and Polish, and we try to supply this to our neighboring countries also, and that is shared prosperity. In terms of sound governance, we need effective decentralized sound governance. All these things being the need of India today. Let me also show you the demographic shift that we are having. That of 2015 to 30. The total population in most of the Europe will decrease by 5%, where most of the African countries and Asian countries will grow by 40%. Now let me show you the demographic of our country. See, in any country, when normally, any normal country, they have a pyramid like this. Population will be in a pyramidal shape. Age being here. Normally, more number of young children will be there, and going above the scale, less number of old people will be there. This is how the normal any country, a developing country's situation will be. But when the developed country is, when a developing country is becoming a developed country, now that phase of demographic transition, what we call it as, the country will start bulging up in the middle. That means the working population will be more. For example, China today, which just crossed this demographic transition for the last 10 years, they just crossed now. Now it is this time where this population works and works a lot, brings so much of prosperity for the country, pays so much of tax, which several development activities take place in the country. And that country shifts from a developing to a developed position. It is at this time when the GDP of the country also pushes to a very, very big extent. Now, before the onset of this, at this stage itself, or for that matter, before the onset of this, at this stage itself, whatever changes that we need to do in this population who are in a learning stage, in the schools or colleges, we need to set up the stage for them so that when they come to working level, they accomplish much, much higher goals than what they will otherwise be doing. So enabling them to have a more balanced life with a high economic income, with good health, all these things matters a lot. So, and that is why aptly, right at this time, NEP is launched and they are trying to give focused changes in the education system. So now, in 2021 to 2031, whatever changes that we are going to bring in, and beyond that, we will be seeing the impact over the GDP or impact over the growth or impact over the total development of the nation. Beyond that, what will happen? Now, what is happening in China? Most of their income is going towards maintaining the old population. That's what will happen even in Japan also, providing them the housing, providing them the health, providing them, pensionary benefits. All these things will become the concern of the country because most of the population will then go towards the age of retirement. So now is the time to hit the bullseye, that is the education, both school education and higher education. And that is where now we are talking so much onto the changes that we need to bring in the education system, where we have to do, how we have to do all of these things. Now let us come to pedagogy. You must have heard about Bloom's taxonomy. Now taxonomy means classification. Bloom's is a psychologist who tried to classify the learning levels. Now the learning levels are, say, step by step we have to take. First learning level is remembering. Whatever we learn, we need to remember. And when we remember, we needn't have to repeat it again. So that the next stage of learning is that just that you don't remember, you understand. And above that, you just not only understand, you know to apply it in the real world. Now beyond that, not only you apply, you will be able to analyze why and why not. Then evaluate. Now when we evaluate, we say that if not, what happens? If yes, what happens? In the absence of this, what happens? So that evaluation will be able to do. And in terms of creation, we will be able to add value to our ideas so that some new creations, productizations will be on the way. And shall you are able to hear me? So now, going ahead with this, sometimes our learning level starts with remembering. And at the maximum, say even till by PhD if you go, it would at the maximum be applying or analyzing. If a country concentrates towards going to the highest order of learning, say creating, then we will naturally see more number of patents coming up, more number of creativity coming up, more number of new innovations coming up. But when that's not being done, which means we need to do some kind of redressal to the system that is causing damage to the learning arena in higher education. And that's where we are stating every point that you teach in the class, every unit that you teach in the class, you try to put on the scale what it is. Like for example, you have one syllabus, you have that syllabus array, you have every portion, that is like every unit. Now take that one unit, in that you have got separate elements that you teach in each class. Now what is that you are teaching? Is that for understanding? Is that for applying? Is that for analyzing? Is that for remembering? Or is that for evaluating? Try to put it. Now when you put in each subject, you will know the percentage of how the spread is. If from the first semester to the last semester, you are going from remembering to applying only, you are not progressing towards the next. So normally the first semester or the second semester, we go remembering to understand. The third, fourth semester will go to applying to analysis. The fifth, sixth or sixth, seventh will go to evaluating and creating. So we should know how to take the learning to higher levels. And this kind of formations or formative, syllabus or curriculum content, we need to think about how we guide our students to think at higher levels. Now, if most of us, we keep saying that in Naac also we have this question that how many times you have revised your syllabus, at least in the last 5 years I have revised your syllabus at least once. And we also have this that you consult the stakeholders when you revise your syllabus. Most of the institutions have spoken for this. They say that yes, we have revised and we have consulted all kinds of stakeholders. Now you see this. Everything, whatever we do, even in our real life, whatever we do, we see what is its outcome. Now here, understanding what could be the outcome. Now, a survey was conducted by Marshall Farrell, understanding between the educators and the employees. So it was asked to the educators, do you provide your syllabus to the needs of the employers? 72% of the educators said, yes, we frame the syllabus the way how the industry wants. 58% of the employers said no. Whatever the students are learning is not actually what we want in the industry. So what happens here? Now the industry has to spend their money, make the students to unlearn, then again learn, and again make them productive for their country. Most of them takes Wipro, HPE, or that matter, HCL. So whenever they hire somebody, the first thing that they say is that unlearn, relearn. So that way then, what has been the problem? And that leads to how they are being addressed in terms of accreditation. Accreditation, especially the present day accreditation of Naac and RAF more specific, is completely ICT based. Gone are those days when we carry our business card in our purse. If you belong to this era, that is the millennium era, we would not be printing your visiting cards at all, because all that happens through exchange of your email addresses. And once I say a hi to you, you say a hi to me through an email address. We are there in contact forever, and anytime, anywhere, wherever you are in the world, you're going to drop me an email. I'm sure to respond to you. And that way, email has really changed the way how we look like us, and more importantly, the most biggest communication sector, that is the postal and telegraph sector, has been completely shaken up with the way people have adopted email and email-based communications, isn't it? So that way, even seeing this benefit, Naac also has accepted email-based communication. And imagine now the amount of letters that come to Naac has drastically dropped to 80% because most of the communication are sent through portals to the emails, to the registered emails of the institution. But Naac accredited the institutions in 7 broad criteria. I also heard the previous speaker talking about the criteria. But let me get a little bit more broader to touch upon what is being expected in these criteria. Criteria 1 is about curriculum aspects. All the factors of curriculum, say curriculum development and curriculum delivery, all these things are incorporated here in this criteria 1. We talk about revamping the curriculum. How frequently do you revamp your curriculum? How frequently and adequately do you support your curriculum? How do you see what is there in the syllabus is different, and what actually transpires in a classroom is different, and what actually the student observes is different. Communication is not something that whatever I say, now I'm talking, maybe you are listening. So whatever I'm saying in the way what I mean, exactly the same way you don't catch it. There's always a drop of words or meaning for that matter in the communication. So the syllabus is meant to be the best, but it also depends on how you carry this syllabus to the minds of the students in the transactions of classroom teaching, of course the teacher for very large extent, and the kind of tools and techniques that he or she uses to teach that subject to the students. And all of this put together is called as a pedagogy. It's a process. Then when we transpire this syllabus to a content that goes to a content delivery to a student, and to assess them how far they have learned, what kind of tools and techniques of assessment you use. Now, you assess them and you know that somebody is not good in writing, and you go on giving only writing exercise to them, or give kind of supportive classes how to write. You try to correct him wherever he is wrong, or try to support him wherever he is weak. and try to overcome his fear. All these things are these student support mechanisms that we give. And all of this together enhances the student experience. Now you see, there is a key difference between being educated and being educated. When a teacher walks into the classroom, all the students are forced to raise up from their seat. Is edu-trained, because they are trying to get at. From our schools, they are trying to get at. And what are we trying to get? What other things are we trying to do in a class? Most of you will agree with me. Hey children, fold your hands, finger on your lips is something that we have been listening from our childhood, isn't it? So all of this is a behavioralism which is being trained from you, from the very, very small kindergarten to even the college. But when we say a student is educated, then what all characters is expected to have? Now, educated means adaptable. Any kind of situation, they should be adaptable. Online class, they should be adaptable. Offline class, they should be adaptable. A class outdoor, they should be adaptable. A class inside, they should be adaptable. A class in a experiential learning, they should be adaptable. So they should be open to take a different kind of learning. And not only that, he should be an independent learner and an independent decision maker, which means it is not that you tell him that you take this elective, but he knows which elective to choose because we know what he wants to become. And in case it is not necessary that the entire thing has to be transcribed only through classroom exercises, but some kind of reading material also if you give him, he should be able to learn and come and discuss it in the classroom. And that means if your students are capable of doing that, then they are becoming educated. And they have a sense of responsibility and discipline towards time, or discipline towards behavior, or discipline towards anything for that matter. Now he has got very good relationship with the adults and peers, and is literate, and is a good communicator. Now this communication does not certainly mean that you master the language and you try to use new jargon of words that you really have to pick up a dictionary to decode the words that you're talking. But it means, suppose if we both talk, and I don't agree with you, the way how I place my discontent or disagreement with you, but by not hurting, is a way of communication for that matter. So that actually enhances our relationship, and it makes us mutually and spiritually aware of each other. Then, today's education is heavily dependent on numbers, because far before 100 years we have surrendered most of our disciplines to these numbers, statistics, or computer-driven ICT effectiveness. So this ICT revolution, or the numerical revolution that has happened, all the subjects have been touched upon by this revolution, and all of them more or less have effectively adopted this. So that we need to prepare ourselves for the challenges of the society, and the educated person is obviously he has. And he cooperates, and he knows what is teamwork, and he's ready, he's tolerant, and he challenges all kinds of stereotypes that are there in the society. And at the end, he holistically thinks for the well-being of the world, well-being of his surrounding. And that's how an education, or an educated person for that matter, is accomplished. Okay, this is broad criteria 1. Now, criteria 2 gets into teaching, learning, and evaluation. Now, see, all these things are a bigger term. Teaching is bigger term. Learning is bigger term. And between teaching and learning, we need to connect teaching to learning. Teaching itself by that is not learning. Teaching is one-way communication of the teacher. Learning is how far this teaching has converted into learning by the absorption capability of the students. And of course, it also talks about the effective communication of the teacher as well. So how teaching conspires or transpires to learning, and how much of teaching has become learning, we do it through evaluation. So understand, we should know what subject, what unit, what part of what you teach should be how you teach. What are the techniques you use for teaching? What could be better? What could not be better? What is better for a practical? What is better for a case study? What is better for through field experience? Many methods what you use for teaching you need to have. And learning makes it more joyous, more student-centric learning. And when you evaluate, you cannot have one evaluation for all the different kinds of teaching. So every teaching will have a different kind of evaluation. So how do you pitch in these types of evaluation into your schemes of evaluation that you have? So connecting these dots to visualize the big picture of outcome-based education of anything, you need to know how to connect the dots of teaching with the dots of learning, with the schemes of evaluation, how your plan gets into an idea that gets converted into a strategy. All these things need to be planned much in advance before you or while you plan your curriculum structure. Now, if you see, in foreign countries, if you would have got a chance to listen to the lectures or in the classroom, they do not teach what is there in the textbook. A textbook is for the students to learn at home. And when they come to the class, they do or they discuss or they try to bring in some case and try to argue or try to understand. All these things happen. But unfortunately, our system is more kind of a spoon-feeding system. Even sometimes if a teacher misses out to spell few lines in the textbook, we say that man, you have not covered this verse. But we often forget to understand because these capabilities are seldom not realized that we need to have some amount of reading before we come to the class, both for the students and for the teachers to that matter. Now, raising ever much to that level is about teaching through research. See, in a subject that you have studied and come versus a subject that you have researched and come, which one you will have more confidence on the subject which you researched and come, isn't it? So, NEP also says that the higher education institutions will focus on research and innovation by setting up startup incubation centers. All that we study, we need to experiment, and we need the license to fail, and we need the license to success also. And no success comes without failure. So the fear of overcoming failure will happen only when we have an incubation center where we fail in a known situation or a known group. Like for example, a small infant is there at home. When the infant is trying to walk, many times inside their home, they may flip and fall. But they would not cry, they would not mind if their parents are looking at them or their uncles are looking at them. But the same thing when it happens in public, it's so much of a shy, it's so much of a shame. Now that's what an incubation center is for. That this time when you are trying to, bring up your idea, you provide that space and the comfort for that student. That's okay, you tried it, we are all there to support you. So when that support is extended, their ideas get nurtured in a very defined and a very secure environment. Now, after the incubation, when the idea is very well matured and very well secured, then with all your expertise and advice, it can be put into the market for productizing that incubation. Now, we also say that all the institutions should become technology development centers and centers in frontier areas of research, because research is not something that we need to do age-old research only, but there are many, many new areas where interdisciplinary or very kind of advanced techniques have come to research upon. And this cannot be done without the industry-academia linkage. So when we say that, a large amount of an academic industrial linkages are there for each department, wherever your students are going or wherever they are employed to orient to that of your subject. But those industries, when you take them into confidence, you will clearly understand what your syllabus lacks or what the industry wants, and you will try to bridge up the gap by linking with the industry, by making or exposing the students in the beginning itself, what the industry wants. If you want to go and work in this industry, these are the things that are required, and try to develop it from now. And that way, when I say, see, in terms of interdisciplinary, many departments seldom within themselves have failed if they did not extend their hand to their ancillary departments. It is those interdepartmental, like say microbiology or biochemistry or say biotechnology or geotechnology. All these things are where two departments came up together for a new merging innovative fields, which in fact for the next 10 years going to rule the world. And that way, we need to see how we will be able to collaborate beyond our departments to other departments to see that, how far my subject can be applied in your area and how far your subject can be applied in my area. Together, how much research can be accomplished, and together, how much can be innovated. So, this also includes for humanities and social sciences also. Now, any institution, though they have very good resource skills and teachers and say classrooms for that matter, the infrastructural setup that is there for the institution matters a lot to accomplish all these things. So the infrastructural setup is like how much library books you have or ICT facility you have, internet connections you have, the lecture materials and the way how you spend in maintaining your resources, in augmenting your resources, all these things are taken care in the infrastructural and learning resource. Now when all of these are there, all that transpires to producing good number of graduates, there is always and there will be always gap between the industry and academia. In that case, then we as learned faculties, when you know what is expected of the industry and when you know what you can give as a curriculum, and between that, especially for the outgoing students, there is always a fear, will I be employed, am I capable, what am I supposed to do, should I have to take IAS or competitive exams, or should I have to try for industries, or should I have to go for higher education, in that sense, then where to go, how to do that, all these things. But nowadays, we have a lot of babas like so IAS Baba and all that babas are there to help students to take up this. But not all of them are affordable for that. And not only that, you as a teacher are associated with the students in their age of adolescence, like say by 18 years they come to you for graduation program and you are there with them, seeing them how they grow up as adults like 21 years. So you know them much better, not only with their psychology, but also their efficiency, that what they are up to and what can they become. I will tell you, most great people today that we say that have done much greater achievements are identified not by their parents, by their teachers per se, and it is from their source of inspiration that they have gone up to the levels of whatever they are, and including me also for that matter. So that way, we not only just talk about career services, we also talk about advice. See, many times we see students derailing upon for personal or any other reasons. They look upon you as just not teachers but mentors to put them back to track of learning. Some situations like what we have today, like coronavirus and losing our loved ones, is not so easy to become resilient, to come back to the form that we were there earlier. It requires a lot of counseling. It requires a lot of love, care, affection, And to some extent, that teacher's strictness with which the combination you try to bring back an academic support for the students, you try to provide the technical support for them, whatever they need. See, whatever is said and done, all these things being achieved, an educated community should be a healthy community. Now, I happened to visit my friend's psychiatry clinic for community service last week, and I just was shocked to find there that most of the persons who are enrolled in that clinic are all having the highest, education, either professional education or PhD level, who come there for counseling. If education do not lead to health, education do not lead to wellness, then that education is incomplete, isn't it? So now there has to be this ingredient of health and wellness also, like how to combat stress, how to be balanced, work-life balance. Now all these things need to be taught to the students before they go, because if they don't know this, they try to offer themselves more and have rebounds onto a lot to their health and mental ability. We also talk about in criteria 6 about governance, leadership and management. Now governance, with all that said and done, that you have about research, you have faculty, you have curriculum, and you have infrastructure also. The kind of strategic decision making that you will do in terms of leadership and the management of the institution matters a lot in establishing faith and in establishing sustenance in the system. And that way, it is not about who is wrong when something fails, it's about what is wrong. It's all about leadership. So it's not about passing the buck that something fails, so we say that, oh, my faculty are not good, faculty say students are not good, students say my parents are not good, so this just goes on. But rather, if you want to fix the problem, you will be able to understand where a problem exists, because of what a problem exists, and we should be able to discuss and fix those things. So that calls for open-mindedness, that calls for a decentralized lookout, and it also calls for a great leadership skills and management skills. I don't mean it as only the principal of the institution, like QAC, director of the institution, but leadership starts from the classroom. Leadership starts as a leader of the class, or as the leader of the department, or the leader of schools, as a dean of science or something like that. Whatever role that you have taken up, the best that you try to do, taking along your colleagues along with, in terms of the decision making, that matters a lot in reaffirming the integrity as a position of leader. Now, all that is done. Education without value system is of no use. They can only merely give you the money, not good life. So we also have to understand, as an educator, what we owe back to our society. And that is the value system that we need to inculcate into the students. But this inculcation cannot be taught. It can only be learned. Like, for example, I did not teach my daughter to get up early in the morning, and neither can you do that. But when you get up early in the morning, often, when they see you doing certain things, then they attach to that and they also try to replicate that. And that is how, in this criteria 7, if you see, in most of the things, we ask you, do you do this? Because when we see institutions practicing these things, we expect that the students learn from these practices and they try to imply it wherever they go. And that's where I think institutional values and best practices. And best practices, as the earlier speaker also said, what can be a best practice? I tell you, I studied in my BSc in a college called Nirmala College for Women and Family. Now, this is a Christian institution basically. But every Monday, we have a common prayer. And in the common prayer, 3 verses, each in each. 1 verse from Bhagavad Gita, 1 verse from Quran, and 1 verse from Bible will be read out. The Bible version will be read out by the Imam Muslim, The Quran version will be read out by a non-Muslim and the Bhagavad Gita will be read out by a non-Hindu. Now this way when we have been doing this for about 3 years, at least I know 4 or 5 verses in Quran, what it means, and 4 or 5 verses in at least Bible, what it means, and this goes in rotation. But what happens is that we try to understand that all religions preach the same thing. Like how we say all sources of energy come from the sun. We have no debate about that. So that way, many of the differences that we have in the society and the root cause of these differences that we talk about, we try to understand life in a much broader prospects, and even that practice also can become a best practice in a character change that it tries to bring into the student. So a consistent practice that you have been carrying on with a focused change that you wanted to bring into the student, and that has a reflected outcome from that is a best practice. Now, many of us, we give away defining what it means to be being educated, means being a sensitized. Modern universities and colleges, only with notable exemptions, have given up to define what it means to be an educated person. For us, education means exams, passing the exams and providing the degrees, and you have a degree, you are an educated person. But per se, in life, education means much greater thing than that of your degree, isn't it? Now, coming ahead to a multidisciplinary era, which we will be moving it into, you will be serving your every subjects like a buffet, wherein the students will be allowed to take it. So the choice of your subject depends not only what you put into your subject as the syllabus, but it also talks about how you deliver it and how you make it more interesting and how it's going to be more beneficial to the students also. So the outcome also matters, the success rate of that also matters. Now, when that's the greatest challenge with you is that how do you keep that attention level up with the students? What are all the innovative things that you're going to do in your curriculum so that it becomes attractive and consistently you succeed so that many number of students keep on selecting the subject? This was already said. So I said that the industry did not accept that whatever the academia teaches is completely what the industry needs. Now, what does the industry need? The industry needs positive work habits. Now, how do we teach positive work habits, or how do we practice positive work habits in our education system? How have we been doing it? Communication skills. Now, how have we been doing it? Just offering a subject called English is not enough. I told you what is communication, what is expected out of a communication. It's not that you speak in a language flawlessly, but it means more than that. Your choice of words, the way how you communicate, your how do you write, for that matter, the technicality of your subject, English. But though we say that we have to learn a native language, all that nativity, all that is accepted, fine. But we cannot overrule that our international language as accepted by most of the countries is English. So today, if you want a successful environment to happen, even as a person who stands in the billing counter, English, communication in English, at least at a minimum level, have become obligatory. Mathematics. Now, in terms of mathematics, I don't say you should know calculus and differential equations. But in terms of mathematics, the problem solving what you attend needs logical reasoning, and that logical reasoning is not going to come without mathematics. So at least to that level of mathematics is important. Reading habit. Now, many of the interviews that I have seen that happen in campus interview and casual discussion, the first discussion starts with, oh, okay, so what did you read recently? So it's not about what you read in your textbook or something related to your field, but what you read for pleasure. Most of it, let's accept hands down, most of us have given out this habit of reading. More to say that, more to blame onto our media, the way how we relax ourselves have been completely changed with the world revolutionizing towards an open system. But how good a feeling it gives you to complete a novel that you have been longing to touch upon for a very, very long time. And whatever you try to get about, if you read about, say, 4 or 5 novels from US, you have a satisfaction as if you have visited US and now. So you try to learn about different cultures, different way of living, different lifestyles, different systems for that matter. When you read, your mind opens. So that way, when a person, we call it, he's a well-read man, we say. So a well-read man is supposed to be open enough to accept diversity and to respond to diversities also. Computers, now when we used to say roti makan kapda, which means like food, shelter and house are the basic needs for man. Now, and most importantly after the pandemic time, roti makan kapda computer, without which we will not be able to attend the shelter. Hands down, I think we have to accept this because it is, if not for this computer, you and me will not be able to connect and talk to each other, but now this time also. The cherry on the cake is teamwork. You know why? Because with one hand, you cannot even clap, you cannot even raise your hands. So that way, anything in the establishment of industry or world, that matter, you cannot do it without teaming up. And that team spirit is very, very important. Now, industries have been asking this, is that consistently not there? And I was thinking myself about that. Wait. It was in 2010 that these things were there. But in 2015, judgment and decision making, active listening, creativity, critical thinking, coordinating with others, complex problem solving, all these things are arising. In 2020, new aspects, like say emotional intelligence. Because we know we should understand and respond to emotional intelligence of emotions of other people. So how intelligent are you to understand the emotions of other people? And cognitive flexibility, because we know that there is one kind of technology today. Tomorrow that technology will change. So then do you have flexibility to adopt that new technology? Or the way how you think is not necessarily the other person thinks. So are you ready to think the way the other person thinks? Then that becomes cognitive flexibility. Now all these things, now even in Naac, one of the metrics we asked, how much of ICT facility do you have in the campus that you use for teaching learning purposes? Most of the institutions say 100% of our classrooms are ICT enabled. Let me tell you what I wanted to tell you through this cartoon. A son asked his father, I have a netbook, I have MP3 flash drive, iPad, what did you use in your school when you were a student? And the father says, my brain. It's just not the what you have, it's about how you use them, how much do you use them, and what you bring out of that. So it's just not that you have an LCD projector in your class or smart board in your class. How far you have been using it, that smart board, I tell you, have got multiple functions. Now how much have you been using it? If you just use it like a PPT presenter, it is an insult to that smart board. For that matter, the smartphones that we have in our hand is capable of doing so many things, but we actually limit ourselves to keep an alarm, to see messages, WhatsApp at the maximum, YouTube or the internet, and say speak and text, that's all. But it can do much bigger things than what you can imagine, and that's why it's called smart. It's really smart. Okay, so talking about the facilities, the benefits that we need to give back to our society. Now we have divides in our society, let's accept. We have economic divide, we have educational divide, we have technological divide, we have social divide. And all this divide was a clear wider, but it has become very narrow in terms of the spatial aspects I'm talking about. So which means that you can offer something for your leisure, but very near to you, very immediate to you, there are people who are not able to offer even for their basic needs. So we should understand that when this divide becomes higher and higher, then there is imbalance in the society or unrest in the society. Sometimes we should understand it was the right goal, but it is also a responsibility to to improve the society. And that way, if we all think that, okay, this has to come as an act from the government, it has to come as a UBC order from the government, national level changes are not sufficient. The higher education institutions need to embrace the change by itself. See, when we have an enforcement, if tomorrow there comes an order, everybody has the job at least half an hour a day. So everybody have to do yoga at least 1 hour a day. When it comes as an order, you will not enjoy doing that yoga. But if you understand the benefit of workout, if you understand the benefit of walking, if you understand the benefit of getting up early and doing physical workout, you would really enjoy doing it. So change when enforced always have a bitterness. But when embraced, we always enjoy doing that. But why change is important? See, tomorrow we want to become a developed country. But by doing nothing, by changing nothing, the same education system, the same kind of classroom, the same kind of teachers, the same kind of students, the same kind of syllabus, having changed nothing, if you want to achieve some great things, but we continue doing the same thing and we avoid for different results. Now this is called as art of ambiguity. If we need to overcome this art of ambiguity, then we need to think differently and act differently or act aptly. Let's not connect our higher education only to the money that we will be getting as being employed. Higher education gave us more social benefits. It opens up our mind towards environmental consciousness. It allows us to understand what is good for the environment and what is not good for the environment. So when I am educated, I know what is in my electronic equipments or gadgets that I go to buy, what is star rating means. So what happens if I go for a 5-star rating or a 3-star rating? How environmentally this good for me? I become tolerant because I understand that the society that I live in, the people are not alike. They are different. And why they are different? How they are different? And they are allowed to be different. And that acceptance gives you tolerance. And you also know to make your choices consciously in what you wear, what you eat, what you accept. That all gives you a health and a longer life. You know that your individuality cannot, give you society. All of us together make the society. And that way we all make together a country. And without our nation, we have nothing. So we have a beautiful nation, a constitution, and laws that has been protecting us. And we need to accept and respect them. So that gives us way for leading a peaceful and healthy life. So that's citizenship building. And a principal factor of mobility, because we will not be tied off to one place. We are efficient, adaptable to be relocated to any other place where there are good opportunities so that we will be able to adopt to those different places. In terms of gender, higher education has got a lot more to do in terms of gender. It's not about just the enrollment. It's about various other things. If you start looking into your own enrollment pattern, how much of ladies and where they enroll, in what kind of courses they enroll. It's important to attain gender parity in its vertical and in its horizontal. It's just not that you put it only as the total number of girls versus total number of guys in all the programs in an institution. But program-wise, when you see, for example, teachers. Now, a survey was conducted to understand the perceptual genderization of professions among children. So, they went to the Montessori school. They provided the children with a white paper. They asked them to draw a teacher. Obviously, the children drew a female figure for a teacher. And then they asked them to draw an engineer. Obviously, they drew an engineer as a male figure. They asked to draw a doctor. So, 7 out of 10 people drew a male figure for a doctor. Now, what it means is that in the young age itself, we influence the mind with whatever they see. So when we obviously see that the enrollment in some kind of disciplines are very, very less, which means the outcomes are also going to be very, very less, and which means they will be working out to a society, they will not understand the problem of gender when they are taking decisions in that particular place. Like for example, let me tell you, in MBBS itself, the number of persons who have enrolled into orthopedic is almost 99% they are men. Very few women doctors are orthopedics. Now, if a woman at your home have got some orthopedical issues, like say if they want, like, for example, tender bones or something, you would be reluctant to go because you really cannot allow him to handle your body when you're not comfortable. Imagine if there were 50-50%, because 50-50 chances of women getting hurt is also there. So if you have 50% of them available as orthopedics, it could have been much greater, much easier, and much accustomed. So now it's important for us to attain gender parity even across programs also. So that's what I mean to say. And not only across programs, even across different geographical pursuits. For that, at least in Tamil Nadu, Kerala are very, very good in terms of gender balance. Like we have at least more than 40% of female enrolling of education. But if you see Gujarat, Rajasthan, Madhya Pradesh, Chandigarh, Orissa, Bihar, Jharkhand, West Bengal, Assam for that matter, the number of women enrollment are very, very less. So which means that we need to have a focused, towards equalizing gender in terms of higher education. And just not only that, after education, how much of us actually we attain that, empowerment through education is when you are economically empowered. Though we say that 50% of women are enrolled into higher education, yet our GDP contribution by women is only 18%. When we see only 25% of India's labor force are female in the economy, which is very low in the Asia Pacific region itself. So we need to change our attitude towards education. Education is just not about earning money. Education is about building a better world for all tomorrow. So we have NEP today in our hand, and there are a lot of criticisms about it. There are few people who talk good or who kind of support it, but nobody has cut the ribbon yet. Nobody has endured it yet. And I think it's not a bad thing to adopt whatever is good in any case, so that we can try to understand how better we can be. But adopting it does not mean it is due to curriculum, through curriculum, or despite of curriculum, or independent of curriculum. See, does the learning of these skills, whatever we were talking about, like say reading or positive work habits or communication, all these things is due to curriculum, or despite of curriculum, or independent of curriculum. Now when you are saying due to curriculum, you are marching towards quality achievement. If you say despite of curriculum, you are marching towards quality maintenance. And when you say independent of your curriculum, you are marching towards quality sustenance. Right? So we have 6% or 6.3% every day new institutions are coming. Now which means, including Sunday and Saturdays, which means it is going to revolutionize the way how education is being envisaged or is being adapted. Everywhere whenever growth is there, it doesn't mean development. So anything raise a number is not good. So mere numbers are not good. So we should also see with the numbers what the benefit that we are getting back. Then that is what is development means. So which means only your higher grade means development or your higher number means development. No, it needs to relate upon, because each metric in that assessment application should not be seen as an individual metric, but that metric connects with each other. Like for example, do you have more number of teachers, if you have enough number of teachers. If you say yes, enough number of teachers improves the student-faculty ratio. If student-faculty ratios increase, then the attention that is paid towards each student, the time increases. So that gives effective, enhanced learning experience for the student, and your pass percentage is to improve. Your time that you take for mentoring needs to improve. So because of mentoring, you get several benefits, like say, you get benefits to choose for higher education or be successful in different pursuits, and all students for that matter, the time that you give for engaging with the student will be much higher. So one factor of say number of teachers, and say in that case, then again more number of teachers with PhD means that they already have such experience with which they have come. So which means that their publications, the way they teach, the way how they approach for research funding, they try to bring in more number of resources, more amount of resources to the institution. They don't depend only on the institutional resources, they know how to create their own resources with their ability to apply for projects and bid for projects and take projects and successfully put them, and the kind of patents they will do, the kind of interpretations that they will give towards newer ideas, and they have the ability to incubate the ideas of students because they already have research background in their mind. So to all these questions it will be done. If you stop only with one, I have higher number of PhDs, that's all. Now that is not outcome. It has to flow, it has to connect to the next result, and that is how we make this thing improvement. So as we have shared the prosperity, which means we will be expecting more number of now foreign students into even our new classes. So the way how we teach curriculum, the way how we approach curriculum needs to have a better and a larger visibility for even the students who to addressing the diversity that will be there in their classroom. So we have as higher education is the only business that holds a formal ceremony to get rid of its tax. How well said. See, we in higher education, we are very happy to send off our students as graduated students out, but we train to re-engage with them to understand what the world that they have seen and what the effect of what they have learned and how much requires change. That engagement is often seen missing with the number of time or the number of meetings, the number of not casual but regular kind of focused learning that we need to keep to draw in and draw out the kind of effects, causes that we need the changes in our system. Higher education institutions are the best laboratory of social change. If all you want to bring social change, it is here in this higher education system we need to bring. But these young minds have tendency to inhibit their innovation capacity. Once you say, you just shun them or you just shut. So remember when I said that we all learn to just keep quiet in the class. And suddenly, yes, here is a company coming and you want them to discuss with them. How will they discuss? How will they open up their mouth? Where did we give them opportunity to talk in the class? Isn't it? So we should allow the students to exhibit their innovation capacity, not inhibit their innovation capacity. So all that said, while the ship is sinking, says the captain, first priority is to save the crew. The next is to avoid problems while the ship continues to sink. The third priority is to repair the ship, and lastly, the priority, if time permits, is to save the passengers. If this is what we say as the college teachers, the ship being the education system, the captain being you and me, and the first priority if we are giving to the crew who's running it, that is we want salary hike, we want that protection, we don't want new pension scheme, we want old pension scheme. We have many demands, never-ending, ever-growing demands. But we fail to see our passengers for whom we are constructing the ship, for what the ship is actually for. then probably we are missing a bigger point, a bigger picture there. So I stop it here for you that why quality, how quality, where quality, all these things I have already told you. And of course, I'm sure I have my able colleagues who will be coming in for your forthcoming sessions. Dr. Vishnu Manish, I see him, and I also see Dr. Sevaram who will be coming, who will be talking more about NAC assessment and education. But I'm sure that if these, whatever you have heard from me, opens your mind, then you will be able to accept, or you will be able to understand, or you will be able to analyze why these metrics are asked to the institutions. Thank you very much, and I consider it as a very, very great and a very good opportunity connecting to you all through the seminar.
Thank you very much, madam, for your extensive criterion-wise analysis. We express our gratitude for spending your valuable time with the participants despite your busy schedule. Surely, madam, we will be keeping abreast with the revision and revamp that takes place in the accreditation process. Surely, we would carry out your advices and we would live up to the expectation of Naac for our own betterment. We will also keep in touch with you, madam, in future for fine-tuning our activities. Thank you very much, madam. Thanks a lot, madam. Next session, I call upon Dr. Jayashree Ghosh Madam, Director of Management Studies, Anna's College for Women, Chennai. Before that, I extend my warm welcome to my friend Dr. Shanti, who is a head of the Department of Chemistry in Anna's College, who is supporting Madam for all along her activities for gaining A+ grade during her tenure as a principalship. Dr. Jayashree Ghosh Madam has been acting as a principal in Anna's College. In her tenure, she was awarded, the institution was awarded A+ grade. I also thank Shanti for her continual support to the madam in all of her activities. A brief introduction about our madam. I must thank madam profusely for her visit here despite her busy schedule as a Director of Management Studies in Anna's College. Dr. Jayashree Ghosh Madam is an eminent educationist with over 35 years of experience in the field of education. She started her career with the Anna's College for Women, Anna Nagar, Chennai, as head of the Department of Chemistry and served from 1986 to 2007. Subsequently, she was the principal of Anna's College for Women for 13 years from 2007 to 2020. She has been nominated as a quality assessment expert for higher educational institutions at the national level and is appointed member peer review team Naac. So it's a great honor for the madam who has acted as a Naac peer team member. She would have visited several colleges. I hope she will share her experiences with all of us. She is also nominated by Anna Institute of Management, All India Civil Services Coaching Center, Government of Tamil Nadu, for conducting model personality test for the candidate who has cleared the UPSC Civil Service main examination 2020. Thank you very much, madam, for visiting here the institution. She has also already presented in an online program to our participants. Once again, this is a second time she is visiting here. Now this time offline. Most welcome, madam. Please present your topic, madam. Thank you very much.
A very warm good afternoon to every one of you. First, I would like to thank each one of you for patiently sitting, because for a teacher to sit this long and not taking a lecture is a commendable work. So one time, if you can clap for yourself, I will be extremely happy. Respected management members, principal, faculty members, organizers of today's seminar, thank you so much for inviting me, and it is indeed an honor to be in such an august gathering. And of course, I'm extremely happy that our Vice Principal, Principal Sir, and management, I really want to convey this from my heart, and I will be extremely happy if our IQAC coordinator, sir, tells to them that when I entered in this college, there was a very positive vibe. There was a feeling of belongingness, and wherever there is a feeling of belongingness, there is divine power. And all of you today, who are guru, who are teachers, kindly remember, wherever you are, that is the place of worship. So thank you for coming here, and thank the management and your commitment. I will be failing in my duty if I do not say a thanks to a very particular person, and that is none other than Dr. Shanti. I am extremely happy that I think we stand here as an example of a teamwork. Because till today, no matter what are the achievements written on a paper, I still can't face anybody without my team. So thank you, Shanti, for getting up 5 o'clock in the morning to accompany me at 6:30 to be here. Thanks a lot. Now I'll quickly go through my presentation. Shanti, if you can show the first slide. Luckily for you, I will emphasize all right, and I will not hold you more from your lunch. These were the 4 topics that I had taken, the 6 topics. I'm very happy that the first 3 has already been explained, and what a brilliant presentation today. I got an opportunity to hear Dr. Priya and our first speaker, sir, because one thing I totally agree, you cannot do Naac if you don't understand the procedure. See, Naac, when it came in 1994 as an autonomous body under UGC, still we have not taken Naac very seriously in the beginning, especially in Self-Reliance College, and we were focused on taking classes when we started our career, and Naac was not made mandatory that time. So none of us took it that seriously. But then came can I speak? Because your prayer is going on.
1 minute, 1 minute.
So quickly we will go into the next slide. My request to every one of you is that if you have understood the vision, mission and core values of Naac, for you to write that big information matrix, qualitative, quantitative, will be extremely easy. Because as I will give an example, when you are asking your students to write an exam, what you do, you explain the lesson very well. And once if the student has understood the lesson, then it's very easy for a student to understand or give. You can ask any question and student will be able to answer. So I am very happy that today in our first lecture, how beautifully sir has gone into the core values. Shanti, the next slide please. These core values, sir took it up one by one, because it's my personal thing to share with you that when we started doing the Naac work, I had no idea at all what Naac stands for, except that we were reading a lot of books and survey. And whenever I'll visit a very renowned college, I will come back so dejected and disappointed that I will feel half the thing we don't have. So how do we go for Naac? But again and again we went on reading and we understood one thing about Naac. Naac is not asking you that you should have everything. Naac is telling you what you have, how well you are utilizing it. So Naac literally has brought a revolutionary change in the field of higher education. I was so happy and contented with the chapters of chemistry, sitting in chemistry department and taking chemistry classes. I never thought that world is changing. I never gave it a thought that I should be globally competent. I should be competent at national level. All we did was teach. But one thing we realize, how important is that teaching, how innovative ideas you are bringing. So that is the reason I had still gone for these core values of Naac, which is absolutely Bible, Gita, Quran for. And in that shaking away of this changing scenario that world is going through, you teachers are the navigators. If you are standing firm, understanding the value of education, not only that you will bring quality, you will bring and you will make students who will know the meaning of leadership. Leadership is about not how empowered the leader is, but how much it makes other person feel empowered. That is the power of the teacher. Power of the teacher is that you are there at the foundation, a stone which nobody will know the name. But do you know, because you are at the foundation, the beautiful building is showing. So keep that sacrifice in you that Naac has taught us. The next slide. Assessment and accreditation, the quality and highlights of the RAF, because by now I think you all are saturated by RAF. I will not go. Next slide, Shanti. It is objective, transparent, scalable, robust. That is what both the speakers has. Next slide. This matrix also and the curriculum is very clear now by the two speakers who have taken it up. I'll go quickly to the next slide. That is the three glance at the procedure. What is SSR, SSS and PTR, peer team report. Next one. This is, all of you know about it, IIQA's Institutional Information for Quality Assessment, SSR Self-Study Report, Data Verification and Validation. This DVV is the backbone of the RAF, and I'll tell you how it is the backbone. Student Satisfaction Survey, SSS, on-site assessment by peer team. Yes, this slide, let it be. I'll just emphasize on this and I will conclude my lecture. Now if you see, this is the complete process of the Naac, online what you are submitting. So it is a two-window system. Earlier, like because of COVID now a little bit, the academic sessions have changed. Earlier, we could apply twice. One was in May and June, another was in November and December. Now, the most important thing Naac did was this concept of IIQA, that is Institutional Information Quality Assessment. You have been given a set of questions in that, all right? You are first submitting it to the Naac. You have to score 30% in that in order to qualify that you are now eligible to apply for Naac, right? Now, second part comes in that you are making an SSR, your self-study report. Both you are putting it into your website because it is honest and transparent. You can't hold it anymore. Once you have submitted this SSR, there is the third party validation. These are the new things that Naac has instituted in RAF. So, after qualifying that 30%, suppose this validation is done by third party, because Naac has a partner now who is verifying your data. You can't change here onwards. In that, suppose there is some doubt, they will ask. Three times opportunity is given to the institution to rectify, but after that Naac takes it little seriously that you really rectify, and then only you can qualify for applying for Naac. So this DVV partner is the new concept in RAF. Next, when you are submitting your SSR, you make your IQAC and you go for your 7 criterions. 121 metrics are there. Now I have to share with you. Please read these questions very carefully. Same thing what you are telling to your students. We always used to tell our students, as a principal, I will just address the entire students. We have 5,300 students that time, and I will meet every one of them and tell them one thing, that suppose when you get a question paper in your hand and you feel you don't know anything, that is the time, don't panic. What you do? Read the question paper 5 times. And don't think you are wasting time, because anyway you don't know the answer. So what will you do sitting in the examination hall? And believe me, when you do your SSR of Naac, like every student we feel blank because there are so many questions, and the way beautifully Naac has framed those questions, that only if you have done something honestly, only you can answer them. You cannot fabricate questions, right? That is the way Naac has done. So my request to everyone who is doing that SSR and uploading it online, read the question thoroughly. Read and understand what they are asking. Because I have seen, when I went as a peer team to many colleges in India, there are some of the colleges, the government colleges especially, where there is, the principal changes very frequently because of the transfer. It was a women college, and the IQAC coordinators get transfers. But in spite of that, they come together to present it. There were many things which they have not documented, which they have not told. And the greatest difficulty, and IQAC coordinator will agree with me, to get the happenings from each department. Like, no matter how many times you tell, people will find it very lazy to submit it to the Naac. All right? So my request, humble request to those who are writing an online SSR is go to send every person in every department. You must be having a coordinator, like IQAC coordinator in every department. Sit with them. Get everything that they have done, the smallest thing. That is the most beautiful concept that I have learned from Naac, documentation. Sometimes we feel it's a very simple thing. Why should we tell that? No ma'am, we did, but actually not important. You don't judge it was important or not, but report, put. So 70% you are scoring when you are submitting your IIQA and SSR and and your AQAR which you are submitting every year, even if now peer team who are visiting you as 30%, which is now still in their hand, even if they try to help you, you won't be able to change the data. So sometimes my heart, because I'm a principal of a self-finance college, so I know what are the difficulties of a principal or IQC coordinator is in submitting. So I'll sit with them and tell, because every Naac member, let me tell you, is there to help a person, is there to tell you that how to improve the quality. They are not coming to your college to find out what you do not have. They are your friend, they are your philosopher, they are your guide, they are your peer team member. So do every documentation over there. Anyway, Naac will, there is DVV system is there, right? So they will find out what data you are giving. If you find out that this data is not correct, kindly explain to them and then change. So 70% has become objective and 30% has become now qualitative, for which verification the peer team is coming. Your whole process is over in 30 days. And do you know, when peer team gives its online submission to the Naac, within few hours or in a day they declare the result. That efficient Naac is today. We should be extremely grateful to Government of India for making education accountable. I'll share, is there any doubt after this? Kindly ask me, because I wouldn't like to delay more than 1 o'clock to make everybody sit. So anything individual, kindly you tell your IQAC coordinator, and if I can be of any help, I'll consider myself extremely honored. I'll come, yes. The last part of my lecture, which I really want to congratulate the organizers for selecting the topic, which really interested me. It says, enhancing and sustaining quality of higher education through RAF of RAF, that is of Naac. This is the most important point. It is something like, if we do not have our own house, the first thing when we take loan and put and everything, so the greatest satisfaction is that we have bought a house, we have for ourselves. Now the real problem starts, maintaining of the house. And most of you will be agreeing that after crossing, like we did the Naac, now we got A, we got A+, we got A++, but your real challenge starts now. So I'm extremely happy that you thought of sustaining the quality. Now, the new framework of RAF is an attempt to widen the scope and capacities of higher education institution in the era of privatization, globalization and liberalization. India has totally into this transition stage today. We are trying to find a balance between the global challenges and our age-old challenges. Like when we say a guru is God, our mythology said, Guru Govind do khade kaake lago pao, balihari guru aapne jine Govind diyo batao. In our mythology, in our tradition, gurus has been given a much higher level than even God Almighty, because He is giving the path to reach to God. So between this mythology, globalization, online courses, your challenges are vast. You cannot even scold a student today because of student-centric policies that government has put. In whatever way our ancestors has given us education, one thing they told, be very strong and face the challenge. Today, we are scared, parents as well as teachers. If we say one harsh word to a student and something happens, we are answerable. So in this stage, maintaining quality because of a single fact, no matter how angry you are, you can't scold your students. So you have to be very educationally equip yourself. You have to be with the latest technology, because child knows everything. It's an explosion of knowledge today. Everything a student wants to learn, they know already. So you have to rise above internet. You have to upgrade. The person sitting in front of you knows more than you. But that is the real challenge that Naac is helping you to tell. Follow the guidelines of the Naac and you will reach the path of excellence. I will just share with you some of the ASH data, AISHE, All India Survey of Higher Education Institutions. All of you must be applying for AS. You must be applying for NIRF. Right now India has 993 universities. And the government is planning to have much more university considering the vast population of India. There are 39,931 affiliated and constituent colleges. There are 10,725 standalone institutions. That is what is right now in the web portal at present. If I have not made a slide, because as Madam earlier has shown, new colleges are coming constantly. So this data keeps varying, like this is what is the latest we take. By the time speaking, there must be some college open somewhere. But if we say 39,931 colleges are there, what we are representing. Correct? Think of the staff over in each. Though we are less as compared to the vast population of India, but we are a force to reckon with. If all of us come together, definitely we can change the scene of higher education. The day is not far away when the world top 10 education institutions are being listed. First will be by India, because commitment and our passion is unparalleled in the world. Only we are waiting to get united. Out of this, nearly 385 universities are privately managed. 394 universities are situated in rustic arenas. 60.53 colleges are imparting higher education in rural areas. And interestingly, 11.04% colleges are exclusively for women education and empowerment. Though as Madam Priya, so beautifully she has shown that how much more is needed in the empowerment and educating women. Because it is said, if we educate a woman, we educate the entire society. We educate the entire country. But here, because I see a lot of women teachers over here, my request is that at the same time, also tell the students that by educating themselves, you cannot run away from your responsibilities of a homemaker. Today, the stress on the woman is increasing because they are professionally competent. If they are not in the house from morning and they enter in 9 o'clock, how much they will be able to make a home? So, it is an earnest appeal to everyone. Kindly empower the woman, but tell her that if you leave the reign of your house, if you leave the reign of making a home, the society will disintegrate. So maintaining quality, kindly support the cause of women education. Stand beside her. Give her that strength that you can. If you have changed my house, you can change the world too. With all due respect to men, we are interdependent on each other. So I'm happy to see that today's scene are changing. It is men folk are equally taking the responsibility of running home. So let the balance be there. And from 11.04 colleges exclusive for women, we will be seeing a vast improvement. But I would like to share with you one thing. Do you know, if I see USA still remains in our eyes one of the superpowers, no matter how the world economy is changing. But if you go to USA, there is the higher positions are not taken by women. Of course, Kamala Hassan is now come, she's an Indian origin. So don't think that we are backward in any way. We have educated our children, our women, and we have given them the key positions in every sector. Be it a police, be it a pilot, be it anywhere, they have taken the reign. So we are in the right direction. We are absolutely not lacking. So even our curriculum, if you see, please have faith on yourself and your system. Let's learn best from everything. Of course, that is what the Naac says about global competency, but very proud of your own system of education. When I was doing Naac, I understood I have to have a vision and mission for the institution. And that is how a management like this college, 100 years, just think the vision before 100 years. Do you think the condition was same? What all the management of this institution would have gone through to oppose, to take the controversies, to take the challenges, to go ahead and make themselves felt in the field of higher education. This institution got an A grade. Fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. So I really request every one of you to have that faith in yourself. That is the most important thing that Naac has taught us. Gross enrollment ratio, and ma'am has given a wonderful slide on that. I'm just touching it, is in India is 26.3%, which is considered for the 18 to 23 years of age group. This 26.3% is for male and 26.4% is for female. And she has also given a slide where all the details she has given into diverse institution. So in this, if you see the diversity in India about its education, medical, engineering, pharmaceutical colleges, arts and science, commerce, and then like autonomous, affiliated, constituent college, standalone universities, deemed universities. But one thing that government has put their foot down is to maintain quality. Nobody has a right to give a degree unless they are affiliated to a university. That is how they are controlling the quality. So we are in a very right system of education. All that you have to do is your commitment and your involvement with this process. The draft New Education Policy 2019, DNEP, has given emphasis on quality education, critical thinking, experimental learning, and skill development in higher education. See, every country has understood that if you want a growth and progress, your future generation has to be educated and has to be safeguarded. So the role of teacher is now defined as felicitators. That is, you have to understand the talent of a student and you have to grow them. Don't say that one person is getting 99%, has much more capability than somebody who is getting 40% or 30% or 20%, or who has not qualified a passing grade. But for you as a teacher, both are same. Because that person who could not even get a pass mark, in no way less than the person who got 99% or 100%. So you be a felicitator in the classroom. It's an online classroom. It is an ICT-enabled classroom. And nowadays you can't even see your students what they are doing because they know how to, cut the classes while they are on online. So every one of you must be going through a lot of challenges taking online, because once they come into the classroom, you have some kind of a control, and we talk of quality. So, but no matter what, one thing I absolutely admire about India is our capability to adjust in any circumstances. Nobody is parallel more than an Indian. That much I can really emphasize to you, because God has given an opportunity to see countries and see their working pattern. I will now come into this, that UGC has introduced this Paramharsh. Paramarsh is an hub and spoke model. What is hub and spoke model? That this is a model which emphasizes on practice learning. Suppose like you are an A grade college in Islamia. There may be some another colleges nearby. Kindly mentor them. They are called mentor institution and mentoring institution. Idea is only one. Please give a helping hand to somebody who needs you. And take help from somebody who knows more than you. Idea is, Naac is telling, or the UGC is telling, or MHRD is telling, India must be educated and India must have a quality in that education. Next stream which has come is ARPIT, Annual Refresher Program in Teaching. This program helps professional development of teacher. You would have heard about SWANG, Study Wave of Active Learning for Young Aspiring Minds. MOOC, Massive Open Online Courses. The idea about this is to use technology. See, there are many students, like at least your college, you are telling that you are giving an opportunity to the downtrodden or first generation learners and those who didn't have an access to go to an institution. So government opened this door. They said just, log in, you do these online courses and we are ready to give you a certification so that you get a job. So these were some of the thing, and if you see, open the web, and I do have the materials with me, there are of course more than 1,000 type of courses which government has revolutionized the field through ICT. That technology has opened up absolutely a new door for us. So this is like coming back to your assessment, like qualitative and quantitative metrics. Again, my request is, I'm not going into each question, but read the questions thoroughly. Please understand that what they are asking. Once you understand, you will be able to give a lot of input on that. And I'd like to just share with you a personal one, because we are sitting here to help each other. She will agree with me that when you used to do the Naac, there was a participation of everyone. Everybody will come from their department, they will make it, data will come. And that time, because I happen to be the principal and the main coordinator, so when everything will be given to me, that data, I will still change and make it quite high. And my team will not accept. And then the best thing is that they had not accepted. Thank you for every member who did not take me on my face value. So I had to prove that this you have done. And then when they saw the proof, they agreed, yes, we have done it. So as an IQAC coordinators, if you are connected with Naac, go and sit and study each department. Take everything from them. When they are giving you the data, see what all you can add in that, but don't add anything which you do not have a proof with you. That is absolutely not acceptable to Naac. Naac is telling you to be honest. Let's be honest, right? But sometimes we forget to report that. And since this online system has come, you won't be able to change anything. So be very careful when you are uploading your IIQA or SSR to this Naac. So I like to end my talk with a quotation from none other than APJ Abdul Kalam. So if a country is to be corruption free and become a nation of beautiful minds, I strongly feel there are 3 key social members who can make a difference. They are father, mother, and a teacher. Mata, Pita, Guru, Devo Bhavo. That is we taught. If you can communicate your students that if you do not respect your parents and your teachers, then you will not find God in any temple, any mosque, any gurudwara, in any church. You cannot find Him because God said, you do not have to find me. I have sent you a representative. You please worship my representative. Why are you getting misled? You just stand there, respect them, listen to them. And if you can tell students that more than your parents and your teachers, nobody can think of your welfare, definitely you can make a change. And I'm sure the day is not far away when the commitment of teachers, the Indian Institute, top on the world scenario. Thank you, and may God bless every one of you. Any questions? You can just send them and I will be available. So kindly, I wouldn't like them to get detained more than this. Thank you.
We welcome questions from participants here. Any questions and clarifications?
Thank you, Madam, for your nice presentation. What is the role of DAD in the assessment of Naac process, madam? Role of DDD.
See, you are giving your institutional information, right? A set of questions with 30% you are giving there. And there are quantitative metrics. So whatever you have to, Naac has outsources to our agency. Okay? They will be like, because you are in ASH, you are in NIRF, so they all work together. And Naac will give it to them to verify your data. So that is what we mean by third party validation, TVV. Is it clear? Not yet? Yes.
How is the process of DVV in this COVID pandemic period?
It's all going online and the peer team still goes. Because even in pandemic, I think now that vaccination has taken place, I think in February also I have been called to the college for I to go into a personal treatment. But peer team visit is very important because Naac is telling no matter how online, how much you are giving, still a visitor verification is a must. So that is peer team visit will be there when you do that. Otherwise everything is online now, isn't it? SSR, online. INQA, online. But online, nobody can tell a lie. That is what Naac is making assured through DVD. Data, verification and validation.
Excuse me, how to document ICT materials content?
How to document?
ICT related documents you are using. How to document?
For documentation. See, you are still doing it through your, you have that IIQA, right? Question answer circular. So in that, whatever ICT questions are based on that. So you can just document in that. And whatever you have done, alright? So that you have to document and put it over. Now one question I agree with you, when you people are saying, when it becomes very objective, it becomes yes or no, isn't it? So there is no middle line to explain why that is one of the problems I agree. But slowly you will learn that because if suppose you have, for example I am telling you, some of you must be having M&A association, but it may not be registered. Now Naac is asking you a question, you have registered and you may not. No, you are not able to answer. So the answer will be no, because it is not registered, though you have. So anything in ICT, if whatever you are reporting, supporting document should be to prove what you are saying is correct. Because the data verification will come to you. It is a third party verification. So that time you should have a document. Or you can say, this is the way
Thank you very much, madam, for your wonderful, breathtaking lecture. You gave everything, the full process, in a nutshell, in just 45 minutes. I hope that every one of the participants would have enjoyed and would have learnt a lot from the experiences of madam, who have visited several colleges as a Naac peer team member. I express my gratitude for madam, who has come all the way from Chennai. Even under this critical period, she has consented to come over here to our institution. I am very much thankful to her. And I also personally thank my classmate and head of the Department of Chemistry, Anna Others College, for accompanying with such an eminent person all through her journey. Really thankful to Shanti also. Then we will have many more such programs in future also. Thank you very much, madam. Thank you very much. Now I request the participants to disperse for lunch. For participants, lunch has been arranged in the room number 111 and 112. 112 is for ladies and another one for gents arranged. I request you to reassemble to 2:30 for 2:15. I request you to reassemble here 2:15 for two more excellent sessions to come in the afternoon. 2:15, please assemble here. The program will start at 2:20 sharp. Thank you very much.
Assalamu alaikum and good. Hello. Assalamu alaikum and very good afternoon to all the participants. So welcome back to the technical session 2. So the title of this session is the Reforms in New Accreditation Framework of Naac. So the resource person of this session is Dr. M.G. Seduraman sir, Professor, Department of Chemistry, Gandhigram University. So he is specialized in surface protection strategies and materials chemistry, and he has over 32 years of teaching experience and 37 years of research experience. And he has been invited for talks in national, international conferences, seminars and workshops. It's around more than 300 workshops, seminar conference. And he has visited countries like Malaysia, Sri Lanka and United States of America. And he is honored of the top 2% of the world scientists. He comes under the top 2% of the world scientists, compiled by Stanford University elsewhere, Research Intelligence and Sci-Tech Strategies for the year 2019. And he is the recipient of Institutional Social Responsibility Award 2018 of GRI from Honorable Vice President of India in recognition of the outstanding contribution made as Director IQAC. And he is the recipient of Muscat National Award 2018 of the Electrochemical Society of India in recognition of the significant contribution made to the domain of corrosion science. And moreover, he is a well-known and famous personality when it comes to Naac and IQAC. So we welcome you all. We welcome the resource person, Dr. M.G. Seduraman sir. And I hope he'll take the challenge of post-lunch session with his Naac presentation. Yes, sir.
வந்துட்டீங்களா? We are waiting for you, sir. லெஃப்ட் ஆயிடுச்சு சார். அந்த நேம் வந்து போட்டு லெஃப்ட்டில் மீட்டிங் வந்து நீங்கள் ஜாயின் பண்ணிடுங்க. திரும்ப ஜாயின் பண்ணுங்க சார். ஆமாம், திரும்ப ஜாயின் பண்ணுங்க. உங்கள் நேம் வந்து லெஃப்ட்டில் மீட்டிங் யூடியூப் லிங்க் இல்லை சார், கூகுள் லிங்க். கூகுள் லிங்க் சார். ஆமாம் சார், கூகுள் லிங்க் சார். யூடியூப் வந்து பார்ட்டிசிபேட் கூகுள் லிங்க் தான் சார் ட்ரை பண்ணுங்க. வந்துச்சு சார், வந்துச்சு சார். ஓகே
Hello, Naac. Sini Pak. Kita berdua orang sini. Hello.
Yes sir. You can see sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, you can start sir.
Hello, sir.
You can start sir.
We can able to start, sir.
Introduction का मैडम हाँ.
We have already introduced.
Hello.
Already we did that, but it was offline sir.
Hello.
Sir,
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. We can able to hear you, sir.
Yeah, fine.
Sir, we already introduced you. Again, we will introduce you.
Okay, yeah. Already introduced.
Okay, again.
Again, we will introduce you, sir. No problem.
Okay, so let us welcome Dr. M.G. Seduraman sir. He is a professor, Department of Chemistry, Gandhigram University, and he is specialized in surface protection strategies and materials chemistry, and he has experience of more than 32 years in teaching, 37 years in research, and he has been invited for talks around 377 talks in national, international conferences, seminars, workshops, and he has visited countries like Malaysia, Sri Lanka and USA, and he has the honor of being included in the list of top 2% of the world scientists compiled by Stanford University, Elsewhere Research Intelligence and Sci-Tech Strategies for the year 2019. He is a recipient of Institutional Social Responsibility Award for the year 2018 of GRI from Honorable Vice President of India in recognition of the outstanding contribution made as Director IQSC. And he is a recipient of Muscat National Award for the year 2018 of the Electrochemical Society of India in recognition of the significant contribution made to the domain of corrosion science. And we have, his profile is a lengthy one. These are all the main one. And moreover, he is a part of IQSC and he is an active, what is called a speaker related to IQSC and Naac. Yes, over to you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir, for your nice words of introduction. I'm very happy to be associated with this Naac conference organized by Islamiah College Badi. In fact, but for some issues connected with my family, I would have probably come there personally to meet all of you and probably address you through offline. Anyway, I'm sure that I'll be able to meet you at the earliest in person also. Now let me move to the my presentation. Hope you are able to see what is being projected. Tegirda, are you able to see?
Yes sir. Yes sir.
Yeah, I thought like I will not speak the same thing which others have said. I will talk to you something slightly different. What is the kind of preparedness one should have for accreditation. The basic preparedness for accreditation is going to be the top of, that is going to be my talk today. Fine, friends, we all are aware of the term quality. Quality is the most misused term which is being heard in academic institutions these days. I should say that one should become aware of the quality. It is not enough if you become aware of quality, you should also take steps to attain quality. It is not enough if you attain quality, you have to sustain the quality. It is not enough if you sustain the quality, you have to see that the quality is also enhanced. There has to be a quality assurance activity all around. You must have quality culture in every institution. But unfortunately, quality is the least priority area of any educational institutions across the country. You know why? Because people are more interested in starting self-financing courses. People are more interested in getting more money out of the educational ventures. So, education has moved out from the service sector to some area which is really like the money fetching area. So as a result of all that, quality has become a casualty here. So quality has become a casualty here. Everybody wants to get A++ grade of Naac without enhancing the quality, without improving the infrastructure, without improving the curriculum design, without making changes in the teaching, learning and examination pattern. So people do not want to do anything, but they want to get A++ grade. So that has become a kind of disease among the colleges. So they want to have the highest grade with no improvement done. In the case of curricular delivery or research or extension or infrastructure or student services or governance or the other ways. So what I am trying to say is, see, Naac is trying its level best for the past 25 years to see that some kind of quality culture is inculcated. Of course, Naac is also successful to some limited extent, but still they have got a long way to go, because here these institutions are trying how to cheat actually Naac. So what best can be done to convince Naac with the existing infrastructure, with the existing framework of academic process and all that, so getting the highest grade. So this is what everybody is now trying. Now please remember one thing, one should have commitment. As teachers, we should all be committed, and the management should have commitment. The student should have commitment. All stakeholders should have commitment for education, quality education. If that is not there, really you will not be seeing a kind of change that you desire to have in educational institutions. So commitment is needed. Okay. Second is team building and teamwork. This is again a very essential thing. As a college as a unit should really have staff members who are extending cooperation for anything and everything. But unfortunately, we see groupisms. If there are 4 people in the department, there are 5 groups. So there is no actually cohesion, no cooperation among the faculty members, or the faculty do not plan the activities with the kind of meticulous planning that it requires. We don't do that at all. Arriving at an institutional quality model. This is again not being done at all. The discipline of continuous improvement. Last year we had 10 PhDs awarded. This year it should be 15. Last year we have authored 3 books. This year it should be 5. Last year our publications were 60. Now it should be 65. But we don't really do that. There is a kind of haphazard this thing. The graph goes up and down. So that should not be there. Willingness to adopt changes. As teachers, we don't welcome changes at all. We only resist changes. Even with the syllabus, we try to see that the syllabus of only those who are handling other subjects are changed. So we would like to be always in the safe zone. So there is resistance to changes. March towards excellence through strategic planning. What is the strategic plan you have? You go as an activity member and ask the principal. Many principals are not able to say. Some even confide that they have got only one more year of service. It is going to, for the next person who is taking over to bother about all that. So, meeting global challenges. Please remember one thing, our curriculum should really address the global issues. But what do? We don't really take global issues into consideration at all. So, lot of things need to be done, but only very little is actually being done now. Fine. If you look at the accreditation framework of Naac, they must have told you Naac actually has these 5 goals. One is contributing to national development. See, you have academic programs, about 14 UOG program and 12 PG program, all that you say. So all should contribute for the national development. What is the kind of the needs of the nation? What is the need of the region? What is the need of the state? What is the need of the globe? That we have to analyze and accordingly act. So contributing for national development is one first and foremost goal. Second is fostering global competencies. We are not preparing students for current everybody. We are preparing students for Canberra. We are not preparing students for Hubli. We are preparing students for Houston. So we have to foster global competencies among students. Third is inculcating value system among students. Inculcating value system among students. Promoting the use of technology. Quest for excellence. These are the 5 things that we should be keeping in mind when we do academic activities. Please remember one thing, quality assurance does not happen by accident. It has to be planned. Many institutions, the moment accreditation process is over, they close the IQAC. And they open the IQAC only 1 year before the accreditation process. It invariably happens. Many of the institutions are not regularly submitting even the AQAR. Okay, that says that you should mandatorily submit and all that. But every time the institution has one excuse or other. Okay, so we don't really plan the quality assurance activity. Quality is not any single thing. It's an aura, it's an atmosphere, an overpowering feeling that the institute is doing everything with excellence. There should be continuous improvement. So, 2 things are needed. One is you have to ensure compliance. Second is you have to ensure regular improvement. So, 2 things are actually very much needed. Now, what is needed for a quality assessment model? Good students should be there. Good curriculum should be there. Fine faculty members should be there. Experienced people with expertise. Okay. The laboratories, computing, library facilities should be good. You must have processes. We should have institutional facilities. We should have a good support mechanism. Only then we will be able to have good students actually emerging out of the institution. We must do the assessment and feedback so that we can improve upon the inputs. Please remember one thing, we have changed to quantitative evaluation from qualitative peer judgment. There is a simplification of process. Peer team role is very much restricted now. The system generated online score is to the extent of 70%. Peer team judgment is only to the extent of 30%. Introduction of a third party validation of data now is introduced. Earlier we used to say that ours is actually a journal which is equal to Nature. Now they are asking Scopus Index Journal, Web of Science Index Journal. We don't really have that kind of standards at all. Off-site evaluation, 100% off-site evaluation for first time. Of course, they have not contemplated that at all. So these are the 7 criteria which we talk about. Curricular aspects is criteria number 1. Teaching, learning, evaluation is criteria number 2. Research, innovation and extension. Infrastructure, learning resources. Student support and progression. Governance, leadership and management. And last criteria is institutional values and best practices. Ladies and gentlemen, you have 7 criteria, 31 or 32 key aspects. We have qualitative metrics around 35 or 36, quantitative metrics to the extent of 58 or 60. Total metrics is about 93 or 96 for colleges, 107 for the autonomous college. Earlier we used to have a letter of intent. Now it is institutional information for quality assurance. There are 7 criteria then, now also 7 criteria. Number of key aspects, there is a change. Earlier we had 300 questions, now it is much less. No need for hard copy submission now. There is no evaluating report also. Data verification and validation is done by a third party one. And there is a student satisfaction survey. So these are the things. If there is a deviation from what you have given for ASHE, All India Survey of Higher Education, or NIRF, more than to the extent of 15%, there will be penalty for the institution. So see that you give the same figure in terms of faculty, students and all agencies. Okay. Now these are the weightages. You all know I am skipping all this for the benefit of you. So third, sixth criteria, every criteria if you want to know. First criteria is 100 marks, second criteria is 350 marks. Third is 120, fourth is 100 marks, fifth is 130, sixth is 100 and seventh is again 100. So these are the new parameters which they have to do. Teacher profile, student satisfaction survey, innovation ecosystem, alumni engagement, institution values and social responsibilities, institutional distinctiveness, outcome-based education, students examination manual, publication per faculty. They were asking for publications. Now they are asking for publications per faculty. Projects per faculty. Institutional seed money for research. Projects from non-governmental sources. Startups. Revenue out of corporate trainings. E-governance. All these are there. What are the stages in the preparation of accreditation? You will have to file an application from the higher education institution, that is one. Then you will have to go for IAQA submission. Once IAQA is accepted, you will have to upload your SSR. The moment you upload your SSR, your student satisfaction survey starts. If uploading of SSR is done at 5 o'clock, at 5:01, the student satisfaction survey starts. Email will go from Naac office to the current students. Then data validation verification exercise begins. Peer message will be there. Assessment outcomes will be known within about 2 to 3 days. So these are the various stages in the process of accreditation. So these are the metrics with high weightages. Percentage of new courses included of the total number of courses, 30 marks for that. Online student satisfaction survey. Best practices. Percentage of programs in which CPCS or lecture system is introduced. Syllabus revision in the case of autonomous colleges. POs and COs. Then institutional area in one distinctiveness. Okay. Then placement, graduation, progression. Then bibliometrics of publications, etc. Then revenue generated from consultancy. Number of research papers per teacher. Average number of days from the date of last semester to the declaration of results. Average percentage of full-time teachers. Then average percentage of teachers with the PhD, postdoctoral experience, etc. All this. What is to be borne in mind? Please remember you get your SSR ready at the time of filing your IAQA itself. Please do not think that you can start writing the SSR after your IAQA is accepted. 45 days time is really not enough for you. So get the SSR ready and before you file your IAQA 1. IAQA acceptance will be in a week's time. You cannot have a different listing. For example, if your name is the college name, it should be the same as is reflected in the UGC 12-week document or 2F document or the university have an approval letter. If there is some variation, okay, if some abbreviations extra used, IAQA will not be accepted. Okay, I know several, suppose if American college is there, the American college is actually known as the American college. You can't write American college because in all official records, the American college name is actually written as the American college. So if you are IAQA also, you should write it as the American college, not as American college. In which case it will be, so you have to carefully fill up such things. The time limit for SSR submission would be 45 days. Within seconds of SSR submission, student satisfaction survey will start. At least 10 to 15% of the students should respond. Then there is the data validation verification mechanism that is done by Naac partners within 30 days. Through outsourcing, it is actually done. You have to reply to the DOV queries. You have to key in. Don't think that you have spoken to them and that speaking over phone will take care of them. You have to see that you record in the portal. Verify every document before uploading, because you are uploading thousands of documents. Okay, suppose imagine, for example, in the case of BHU or Jamia Millia, number of departments are more. In the case of BHU, there are 237 departments nearly. So if all departments have to upload their data, how much documents they have to upload? So verify every document before uploading. DVV scrutiny is very thorough. Okay, it's not true, it is thorough. Okay, so you have to be very, very careful. You may think that what you have given is good, but they will ask for certain things. For example, every page of your document should be signed by your principal. Unsigned document will not be accepted at all. So principal has to sign hundreds of documents. What suppose if certificate is given in Tamil or Hindi, it has to be translated into English. So vernacular language, suppose if some government order is there in Tamil, it has to be a translated version of that has to be certified and uploaded. Only relevant documents will be accepted. You have to check twice or thrice before uploading the data in the IAQA or extended profile. IAQA data once given cannot be changed after submission. We are not, very times we are not very sure about the number of students. If you ask the principal's office, they will give one number. If you ask control section, they will give some other number. If you ask scholarship, they will give some other number. If you ask the head of the department, he will give some other number. If you ask the student, if you ask the concerned post teacher, he will give you some other number, because there will be long absentees. So no two data match. So even fixing the strength of the college is a problem for many of the institutions. So once, if you are giving some data as 4,232, that 4,000, the student strength all through, it cannot change from criteria 1 to criteria 2 to criteria 3, because invariably what we have is, we will have criteria 1 coordinator from physics department, criteria 2 from biology department, criteria 3 coordinator from commerce department. So they may not be talking terms. As a result of which each one will give different values. So that should really not be taking place at all. So please remember one thing. For example, student strength. In 12 metrics, you have the student strength. The denominator of calculation, it comes. So you will have to see that the same value is given in all these metrics: 2.2.2, 4.3.3, 1.3.3, 2.1.1, 5.2.2, like that. So it affects the 12 metrics. So you have to the student staff ratio, number of pass percentage, all that. Okay. So you should be very careful what actually values are given in IAPA. The same thing will be taken by the system in all these cases, 12 metrics. Similarly, full-time teachers. You cannot have different values for different distinct. Number of PhDs may vary. By total number of, they'll ask percentage of teachers with PhD. Number of teachers with PhD by total number of teachers into 100. Okay, that total number of teachers is fixed. So at least for 11 metrics, this denominator value is the same. So please see that you keep the same value. But unfortunately, the full-time teachers definition is varying. Naac is very clear about the standard operating protocol. It is really given. Okay, that 20% they should be there, and please do not apply the full-time teachers requirement as is given in NIR. Okay, do not get confused. So as for the Naac terminology, you will have to have the full-time teachers. Okay, and again in the case of sanction post, they ask. In the case of the self-financing college, sanction post, the sanctioning authority is only the secretary of the college, correspond to the college. And in the case of an aided college, you have to get a letter from RJD. Okay, so this is what actually you have to keep that in mind. The total expenditure excluding salary in the last 5 years. 3 metrics, the same value has to be given. You cannot give one value for 4.1 and for something else for 6.42, something else for 4.14, like that. So total expenditure is asked in 3 places. So you have to give the same value. Please remember one thing, these are the documents that you have to keep in mind before you go for Naac accreditation. Suppose if it is an autonomous college, you have to get a document on Board of Studies Constitution. The minutes of the Board of Studies meeting, pre-revise the syllabus, revise the syllabus, learning outcome and specific outcome of learning, OBE commons, list of major electives, non-major electives, skill-based course design offered by the department. Then students' feedback on curriculum, student enrichment lectures, the academic schedule, the timetable, the work allotment staff, all these are needed under criteria 1. Then again criteria 2, you should have the documents which reflects the year-wise details of students admitted, the application versus admitted ratio, number of applications received for each program, admission register should be there for a student, student profile analysis should be there, how many students are from rural areas, how many are from the urban areas, how many are girls, how many are boys, how many are from CBSE school, how many are state government schools. So get every detail of the students analysis. Even the bank has got KYC program, know your customer program. So as a faculty member, you should know what type of students you are having. So know your customer. Your customer is students, know your student program you must have. So analyze your student. So for catchment area they are coming. Are they coming only from Amdur? Are they coming from Manipadi? Are they coming from Bishara? You should be able to say that. So student profile analysis is very much required. Then list of slow learners, instant fast learners. Majority of the institutions are not conducting any of the remedial classes. They only create records. Please do not do that because many students, see, all students cannot be intelligent. Some require some kind of hand holding. Conduct some remedial class. Some conduct some tutorial classes. Okay, it is not part of the teaching load. So see that, help the students by giving them extra coaching and all that. So it is a part and parcel of our teachers' duty. So we have to see that those people are also helped. And we have to also take care of the fast learners. What are the avenues for the fast learners that we have? So we should be able to have that meticulously explained through records. Then course materials, PPTs, e-materials, then faculty biodata. For many only bio is there is no data at all. So that should not be there. So you should have enough or more details against your name. So you should have contributed for teaching, you should have contributed for research, you should have contributed for extension activity also. So you must have a rich biodata. A person with 20 years of experience, if he doesn't have a good biodata, that speaks about the kind of involvement he or she has in the institutional development. So ladies and gentlemen, we must be able to master even odds and honors. Then we must have student attendance, the faculty attendance, the mark register. The internal assessment marks are not something like gifts which is to be given just like that. You should have some kind of rationale. You should have some mechanism for computation of internal assessment marks. So end semester examinations, the statements received from the control room examination. Once you get the result, as a teacher you must analyze the result. We will have to have the examination timetable copies at the departments. We will have to have the details of the field placement, internship, industrial tours. So to show that the department practices what is known as experiential learning, experimental learning, etc. Student seminars, for all this we need such. And then the criteria third, you need documents on trust areas of research of the department, list of full-time part-time scholars, the scholar attendance, project proposals which are submitted to the faculty, project reports which are completed, project reports of the scholars, PhD awarded list of PhD students awarded, PhD thesis, papers published, reprints, then books authored, books edited, chapters published, consultancy work undertaken, consultancy policy, extension activities, reports with photographs, which are geotag, an MOU signed with activities carried out, conferences organized by the department or the college, conferences attended, the papers presented, presenting the paper, if the secretary is just attending the conference, it is not appreciated by Naac at all. So please see that you present some conferences, present papers in the conferences and publish people in UTC registered journals and conference proceedings. Participant list of the conference organized. Many of the institutions are conducting national conferences. If one participant is from Pondicherry, they call it as national conference. If one participant is from Sri Lanka or Bangladesh, they call it as international conferences. That should not be there. The local participants should be restricted to the 20%. 80% of the participants should be from other places. So to that extent they do. But unfortunately, people do not really plan well for national or international conferences. Okay, there are institutions which have conducted national conferences with a financial budget of 15,000 rupees. So let us not make conferences a laughing stock. Now, category criteria 4. You have to have the proof for the physical facilities, geotagged photographs of the classrooms and seminars are asked. Department library stock register, furniture stock register, other stock register, equipment purchase order. Even if it is not purchased during this assessment period, you have to have. I know one of the colleges had 940 systems, but they have the bills only for 400 systems. For 940, it was actually there in the previous Naac period, they had purchased it. Unfortunately, due to some reason, they could not preserve the bills. But Naac will take only on the basis of the evidences. So please see is for their computers and all that, not only invoice, the stock registers also should be there. So you should be able to have the equipment purchase orders, stock register, and then invoice everything. Then annual maintenance contract, equipment's logbook, department's library issue register, e-resources which are available in the libraries, mentality reports, student progression details, placement details, student participation in the events like sports events and cultural activities, student association activities, alumni meetings. In all this, you have to have records. And then faculty development program attended under criteria 6. Orientation preparation courses organized or attended, department faculty meeting minutes, department committee meetings, corporate social training programs organized for the faculty members. Because of the webinar, many institutions are organizing all this. And then innovative practice for the department and the criteria 7, not 6. Best practice for the department. So these are the things which are needed. Please remember one thing. See, you will have to have the brochure of the institution indicating the program list. Under the first criteria, this is what is actually asked. So prepare a brochure of the institution which indicates the program list. That is one. Second is, you need the number of students enrolled. 1 minute. Hello? Number of students enrolled year-wise during the last 5 years. Okay, the number of outgoing or final year students year-wise during the last 5 years. Okay, you will have to provide the list of final year students for specific programs identified by the TVV partner. See, these are all very much needed. Many times we are not able to give details when Naac is asking for it. Number of students appearing in the final examination, final year examination, year-wise during the last 5 years. Authenticated document showing the number of students who have appeared, that should be there. Number of courses in all programs year-wise during the last 5 years. See, the Naac terminology is different. Program refers to BCom, BA English, BA Tamil, okay, BSc Chemistry. Okay, course is organic chemistry is a course, taxonomy is a course, accountancy is a course. A particular subject in a program is actually called a course. So please do not confuse the course with a program. Programs year-wise during the last 5 years. If the same course is offered in more than one program, it has to be counted only once. For example, for all undergraduate programs, we have Tamil. we have English. So BA, a Tamil program is a paper 1 for all. You cannot, suppose if there are 12 undergraduate programs, you cannot count it as 12. You can count it part 2 English. It is given as one paper for all 12 undergraduate programs, not as 12. So please remember that. So this is a very, very important thing. Number of full-time teachers. A full-time teacher is one who is employed for at least 90% of the normal or statutory number of works of work over a complete academic year. Your guest faculty, suppose if he stays for 90% of the work, you can probably include him as a full-time faculty member. Okay, so in the case of